Hey there, Flo here with another IRL building maker stream. Getting a late start as always. Wait a second here. Okay, I think I'm good now. Testing. Okay, I think we're finally good. Thought I had it and then some weird thing happened. Okay. Well, here goes nothing. Be out there in a second. Well, probably more than 1 second, but oh wait, let's see. Get the wood glue out there. Not really sure what I'm gonna accomplish today exactly, but do our best. I need wood glue, I need my drill bits, which my drill bits might already be outside. Let me check here. They're not here, so my best guess is that they're outside. Oh, I need gloves. So last time I did this stuff, this streaming woodworking stuff, I got a really bad splinter or sliver, whatever you want to call them, very deep and broke off inside my hand. That didn't actually happen while I was streaming, but like as I was cleaning up from the stream, I picked up a board with a huge thing sticking out of it. Anyway, my hand has been in pain for 2 days because of that, and I had to like dig it out. It was difficult. So today I'm gonna try wearing gloves, or try to remember to wear gloves. I don't think I need to try to wear gloves. Okay. Not sure where my drill bits are, but they should be out here somewhere. There they are. Okay. If you can probably can't really see me yet. So, have these joists up here from last time. So, a bunch of stuff happened since my last building maker stream, whatever. So I thought I was gonna have to wait till today to go into town to run all my errands and stuff. But to my surprise, my package that I was waiting for arrived yesterday, so I decided to make yesterday my errand day because that was the only real reason I was waiting. I figured I'd do all of my errands at once, go in, because it's kind of a big commitment to drive into town, especially when I can't really afford gas and it's a long ways and just takes a long time. So try to do all my errands at one time. And since I was waiting for that package, I was waiting to go into town for that reason. But since that arrived, I decided to go yesterday kind of on a whim. And I got most of my errands done. There's still some stuff that's not quite ready, but mainly it's just I don't have enough money to buy all the supplies I need, so I'm gonna wait until my parents are in town probably to finish some of this stuff. But okay, let's see. This board is in the least optimum place. But I got a lot done. I bought some more 2x6s and 2x4s for various use in this project. This project and several related projects. There's more than one. One other advantage to wearing gloves is they're rubberized, so I can lift these heavy boards. Oh, shoot. A little bit more easily, but wow, those things are insane. I think particle board is the heaviest material there is. I don't know how it compares to OSB, so I haven't lifted an OSB 4x8 recently, but it's definitely heavier than plywood, because I was moving plywood around the other day, and man, those are not nearly as heavy. At least that's kind of what my memory's telling me. What was I saying? So I got a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Just do a little show and tell here. That's right, I can change cameras here if I... Okay. So I got this box of joist hanging nails. I decided to go with nails. They're just cheaper, and I don't know. I couldn't even find the screws where I was shopping. So then I got a bunch of these mending plates. These are going to help me with probably that rolling cart thing I was working on a little bit to stabilize some of the connections. I basically just have a bunch of spikes, kind of like a Sonic the Hedgehog spike area or other video games, that can help you put two boards together without having, maybe don't have optimum screws or nail connections, these can kind of help bridge the gap. Then I got plastic spreaders, mainly because I got some wood glue, which is in there, because I'm going to glue some of the boards together to make sure they're really connected well. Got this little thing to help with the lock that I'm going to put on the door. I got some joist hangers. This is for a double 2x6, so it's huge, kind of expensive. I only got 2 of these because I only need 2. Some 2x6 joist hangers, which I only needed 4 of those, and then I ordered a bunch of 2x4 joist hangers, which I may or may not need, but I found a cheaper price online than any local store. It's funny, the store had it listed on their website for a cheaper price, but when you go in there, they just don't stock that item. I think that's one of their tricks, is put a bunch of stuff on their website that you think you can get in their store, and then when you walk in, it's like, oh, they don't have that item, so I'll get this other more expensive one. But I didn't fall for that, so I ordered from their website, and that'll be shipping to me at some point. So I have to wait. That's kind of why I have to wait for some of the stuff I'm doing, because I have to wait for those to arrive. But I'll do what I can. I can still do quite a bit. Let's see. To kind of gather my thoughts here and figure out what I'm doing. I wonder if I could run this in split screen. That'd be cool. Looks like I can. That'd be awesome, actually. So I made it so I can change my OBS scenes from my phone, which is, I've been able to do that in the past, but it was very clunky how I was doing it. So now I found a better way. So that's cool. All right. I know I'm still not on screen. I'm underneath those rafters or joists, so you can't really see me. I'll be up there in a minute. Getting all my stuff ready here. All right, let's get this as close to the wall as possible. Didn't sleep well last night. Partly it was, I don't know, I don't sleep well a lot of the time, but sort of get into these brainstorming modes where my brain is just not able to shut off because I'm thinking about various aspects of a project I'm working on or other issues. Yo, here I am. Okay, so I'm up on a ladder. These joists are about 80 inches off the ground, which is 6 feet 8 inches, I guess. Taller than most people, so I have to get up on a ladder to get to where I can reach this stuff. Which is a good thing, because if it wasn't high enough to need a ladder, then I'd be bumping my head on these when I'm walking around, so kind of makes sense. Okay, so first things first, I'm just gonna tack this first board to these studs over here so that it's in position and try to center it. Unfortunately, because these are 10-foot boards and I cut the corners off, they're still 10 feet on the bottom, but the space they have to move around on the sills or plates over there, there's a little back and forth. So I'm going to try to center them so that they have optimum support on either side. Actually, here's a better place for my drink up here. All right. Let me have this thing on clamps over here, this blocking. I've very much changed my ideas on how I'm going to do the blocking on these joists. I've gone through like several mental revisions, but I'll talk about that as I go rather than stopping myself from doing something here. Okay. I'm gonna get this blocking just out of the way because I'm not ready to install that yet. Approximately centered, as good as I can get it. So I think I'm gonna pre-drill the holes on these because these screws are huge. And I'm not confident that they'll go in without. So here's a screw. It's 2.5 inches long, I think. Is that right? Oh, 3 inches. Wow. Yeah, longer than they need to be for this purpose, but I need to go through the 1.5 inch 2x6 here and into the studs, so it'll have like 1.5 inches of grip there, which is sufficient. But I don't think they would screw in well without pre-drilling the holes, so this will be a slow process. I get two holes pre-drilled here, get 2 screws in, and then the rest I don't have to keep switching back and forth. I wish I had 2 cordless drills, one with a drill bit in it and one with a screwdriver, so I wouldn't have to keep switching back and forth. But so I'm going to go with 2 holes per stud, I think. This particular situation where I'm just tacking this 2x6 to these studs, probably nails would be a better solution. It'd be faster and they'd be totally fine. But I don't have any nails. And this is what I got. So, and screws are better. They're way more time consuming. I don't know if you can hear that horrible noise, but that's pretty annoying. Just the squeaking of the screw as it goes in. Yeah, that's irritating. Okay, so now that I got two of those in, it's set in position so I can just do all the pre-drilling at once and not have to switch my drill out from drill to screwdriver every 2 seconds. I probably don't even need to put screws on every stud, but I may as well. In my opinion, it'll keep it from sagging and stuff. These are not structural screws, they probably should be, but I think I'll have enough screws all throughout the thing to not necessarily be structural. I wonder if I should go with a bigger drill bit. I'm always pretty conservative with the size of drill bit I pre-drill holes with. I kind of make them smaller so that the screws are really going to grip well. But I probably could do whatever this recommends for pre-drilling. I don't know if it actually says on here. I don't have like a lot of drill bits, so I might not even have the proper size for pre-drilling these holes, but let me see if I have a slightly bigger one. It would not squeak as much, and I think they're going in okay. That's the main concern. The temporary noise isn't that big of a deal, but just want to get the best possible result. One of these two. Looks about right. I think I will go with a slightly thicker drill bit, just to at least try out a screw or two with the thicker one and see if it works better. Wouldn't be too surprised if I run out of battery on this thing. I haven't charged it in a while, and I only have one battery, unfortunately. That's stupid. I bought this thing. It came with a drill and an impact wrench and a battery for like $90. Pretty good deal for 2 power tools and a battery. And then when I asked them how much are the extra batteries, I might get an extra battery. The extra, it might have been $80. It was 80 or 90. It was really cheap. And when I asked them how much the extra batteries were, they were more expensive than the entire set, or about the same price. I think they were more expensive. So to get the same exact battery that is on this thing separately costs more than buying the same battery and a drill and an impact wrench. It makes no sense. So that's why I refuse to pay that much for a battery, and I haven't since then. I haven't gone online to see if there's any aftermarket batteries, which there probably are. I'll eventually think about getting one if I remember to look for that, but that's so stupid. It's like, what in the world? Okay. Let's see if that, I already forgot which drill bit I used, but let's see if this is any better. I think it is a little the more appropriate size, but it doesn't really matter. If I have 3 drill bits sitting here in front of me and I have no idea which one I just used, but compare them again. I think it was the biggest one. To be honest, these all 3 drill bits look almost the same, but they do have measurements on them. So 1/8 versus 9/64 is like almost no difference whatsoever, but I think I'll go with 1/8. That's probably the right one. I'm so slow at this stuff. I would never make it as a professional builder, unless I obviously got more experience, started doing things faster, but I just got to think everything through because I don't do this stuff very often. In my opinion, it's better to spend a few extra minutes to make sure you know what your goals are and what you're trying to achieve than to do it wrong and then be annoyed, frustrated about it. So that's how I think about it anyway. I'm gonna have to do these at a weird angle to get them to go into that final framework over there on the side. I don't want to shoot through the roof, so I need to make sure I do it at the right angle here.
Ballistic presents.
Same with the bottom of the joist. I could probably set up my chat thing on a tripod or something, so I don't have it on my wrist, but it's not that annoying yet so far. Mind your ears if you're watching. I don't know if the noise cancellation will get rid of all this weird noise. That should be a pretty good connection down at the bottom. I think I got it in a good spot. Yeah, it's solid. think we're good. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Very strong. I think I'm going to be very happy and glad that I chose to do 16-inch on center on these joists instead of 24-inch. As I mentioned, the manufacturer of these sheds does them 24-inch on center, and I guess they determine that that's good enough. And they're, I'm sure they know what they're doing. I just figured since we might have a couple twin beds up here for guest use on occasion, I figured the stronger it is, the safer I'd feel about having somebody up here sleeping. So it's not going to be used for that mostly. It's mostly going to be used for storage, but on rare gatherings when we have more people than we have beds inside, then that's kind of what we wanted this to have the capability of doing. So spend a little extra money, very little extra really, and feel safe about having people up here. It's very worth any expense you could incur. Of course, you could go overboard and have like 2x12s, crazy tall joists, but then you'd miss out on all that extra loft space and it would just be overkill. I thought about 2x8s, but I think 2x6s should be fine. Could give you a closer view. Move my camera a little bit. Maybe I should move it just a tad. I don't know. Probably okay, but could get a little bit closer. Because it's going to be a long time before I get I don't even know if I'll finish all this stuff today. Probably not. It's going to be a very slow process, so maybe I'll get a little bit closer. Just so you can sort of see what I'm doing a little bit. It's crazy how I have this thing attached to the ceiling. If you saw it, hopefully you'd be impressed. Actually, I can show you. It's kind of crazy. Hope this ladder doesn't give out on me, like on the top rung of it, which is probably not very safe. We need a better, taller, stronger step ladder, that's for sure. This thing is rickety and old. All right, check this out. How do I do this? Take my glove off. It's there. This is funny. Here's my setup for my camera. So I got this clamp here that goes on the rafter. So this is on the rafter. And then I've got this clamp here and a tripod head with my camera on it. And then I got a little battery with a bungee holding the battery up. Pretty sweet, right? I think so. It's funny. It totally works though. With this setup, you could put your camera just about anywhere, like on a house especially, like clamp it onto any board or something, or just about anywhere. It's pretty cool. All right, so let's try to get this a little bit closer to where I'm at. I don't know why, but I have the It's a Small World song stuck in my head right now. Sorry about that, because I just mentioned it, so it's probably stuck in your head now too. Do 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 do. You're welcome. Okay, let's see. Tell what I'm looking at there. Okay, that should be a pretty good angle, I think. Adjust it every once in a while if I want to stay in the picture. Oh, where did I put my drill? Oh, it's way over there. Of course. And I'm looking at my camera view, and it looks like it's a little bit high, so let me adjust that again. Just a tad. Wow, that was a dumb place to put my drill. Not really. It's fine. Okay. I'm kind of old school. I don't do a lot of woodworking stuff. Impact wrenches are kind of a somewhat recent invention. Not like super recent, but like cordless, battery operated impact wrenches. I didn't really have any growing up, so I'm used to using a drill, but I don't know, impact wrenches are probably better for driving screws and stuff, but I don't know about like drilling, if impact wrenches are good for drilling or not. Probably fine, but anyway, I guess I could get speaking of that, well, I could load my impact wrench with the screwdriving bit, but then I'd have to switch the battery out every time, but that's easier than switching out the drill bit and screwdriver thing. So let me go do that. That's a good idea. I wish I had 2 batteries, then I wouldn't even have to switch them out. I should look online and try to find a second battery for this thing, because that would be pretty awesome actually. That's the first. Ironically, since I do so little woodworking, I don't really think these things through day and night. But I think that's the first time I've ever thought of that idea. Okay. I was like earlier, I was saying, oh, it'd be nice if I had 2 drills, one with the drill bit and one with. I actually do have a corded drill as well that I could load up with the drill bits and then have the screwdriver on the impact wrench. But if I run out of batteries on this thing, I'll do that. But since I have it this way, that'll work. Oh, so yeah, here's the impact wrench side of things. Just needs a battery on it. And it runs on the same battery as the drill, so I can switch it out. batteries are awesome, like they're amazing. I don't know why, I just don't really like batteries a lot. Just because, oh, that sucks. I guess this thing doesn't have a lock for the drill bit, so it just falls straight out of there. That's kind of annoying. I wonder if there's a way to lock it. No. I guess you probably have to get, I don't think it has any kind of locking mechanism, I think either. You just have to have drill bits that are made for it, or I don't know what the deal is, but that could be annoying if it just falls out constantly. I don't know what I was saying. Whatever. Whoa. That's not gonna work. I need a shorter screwdriver bit. I'm already not really a fan of this impact wrench because the bits don't stay in. I don't know if they're supposed to be magnetized and they aren't, or just bad design. I don't know. Whatever the case, it's kind of annoying. The screwdriver bits are just like barely hanging on in there. Like if I were to put this upside down, that would just fall out onto my hand. Maybe there's a trick to it to keep them in there. I don't know what that is. I don't see any kind of locking mechanism on this thing. I think probably it's supposed to be a certain kind of bit that have one of those little ball tension things in them, and the bits that I'm using don't have that. That's probably what the deal is. Got a bunch of old junky drill bit or screwdriver bits that don't have the little locking ball on them. Dang, that's super annoying. It's beyond annoying. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it figured out. Kind of slow here, but it does have a locking thing. I just didn't push in my previous one far enough. So this kind of bit that has like the segmented ends to it, that's where it locks into place. I just didn't push it in far enough. My bad. Okay, we're good. That'll be super loud if the noise cancellation doesn't cancel it out. I hope it does. I wonder if I should be wearing my ear protection too. All right, we got it figured out. Victory. Yeah, this is nice. Once I get 2 batteries for this thing, I won't even have to switch this out, and it'll be pretty nice. It's already not bad. Better than having to switch the bits. That's for sure. I like it. I can see why people like these impact things. They are very good for driving screws in. I just haven't used mine hardly at all. And this is the first one I've ever had. Of course, they also have the air impact. I don't have one of those, but it seems like that would be kind of annoying having the hose dangling off. Not used to doing things left-handed like this, but it's just the way I have the ladder. I could turn it around, but this is fine. That is way faster than using the drill. That's crazy. Super powerful too. Doesn't have a, whatever you call it, tension adjustment, so it's kind of like either full on or full off, but I guess that's fine. As long as you just stop when you want to. Just noticing that I have that camera a little bit crooked, but it's not that big of a deal. Let me fix that. It's annoying me. Just want to make sure I'm pointing at the right thing, okay? So let me go. I have to re-put it back in there, so I want to make sure that everything's still good. I mean, that I still have audio on the stream after that debacle. That's the problem with having cords hanging out all over the place. Testing, testing, testing. Okay, we're good. Might only get one board drilled in today, but it's all right. I'm a bit slow with this stuff, that's for sure, but as I do it more, I get more familiar again, or learn new things, and I think it'll go a little bit faster over time, but it'll take me a while to get up to speed. All right, yeah, that's a better angle. More or less. I don't even understand how these things can be so fast. Crazy. Ouch. Gotta be way more careful with them though. Another good reason to have gloves on. That could have gouged my thumb a little bit without these gloves. This is the one that you can't really see, but I have to do it at a weird angle to get it to go into the board. Oh wow, especially that board is garbage. They chose a junk board in this angle or a corner up here. When I'm building stuff or going to a hardware store to get wood and stuff, I always like hand pick the boards because I can't stand it when they have giant pieces of the board missing or huge gouges and stuff, or cracks or whatever. But probably if you're working in construction, you just don't even care anymore, and there's nothing you can do. You just have whatever you have. So, but yeah, I always try to get the best ones I can. These ones, some of these are terrible though. Yeah, interestingly enough, the screwdriver bit slips off of the screw way more with an impact wrench than a drill, but it's so much faster that I just have to get used to it, I guess. All right, got that first one in. Took me 5 million years, but sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna put the blocking in and just see where it ends up. So I have some thoughts about the blocking that I was thinking about last night, like a lot. I wrote some in my journal, even some little drawings and stuff. So I'll maybe describe some of that as I go here. Grab my drink. I think I'll start on this side. Which means I need to point the camera over there. That's the one challenge of having the camera way up high like that is can't move it around easily without getting up on the ladder. So as I'm learning something new, I pick up some of the terminology, which maybe makes it sound like I know what I'm talking about, but I really don't. I'm just learning this stuff like anybody else. Some of it I know because I've done it for years, but like I've never built a deck, not fully anyway from scratch. I've worked on them, but these things in between the joists are called blocking. I don't know if that means an individual one is called a block or not, but everything online seems to refer to them as blocking. And it's just to give the joists some stability and strength, as well as for my purposes. I didn't really hear people talking about this online much, but one of the main reasons I want the blocking in there is to give me a place to screw down the decking on the top, which I'll use probably 3/4 inch OSB or something. So that's originally I was thinking I'm going to put pieces down here like that, and it's essentially to keep keep these 2x6s stabilized and supported on the side so they can't move side to side like this. But and it does serve that purpose. But if I put them up on the top like this, then I can also use them to tack the 3/4 inch plywood or OSB, whatever, on top of those in the ends, which would support the weight of people being up there a little bit better. So that's kind of what I decided to do. Originally, or at one point I was thinking to redo these in 2x6s so they're the full height of the board, but I don't think that's necessary. The other issue, I need to decide how far out to put them, and I was thinking to kind of put them far out enough so that when the decking butts up against these rafters, it would still be able to screw down onto these. So I need to pull them out quite a bit like that or something so that is possible. So that's going to be what I'm going to try to figure out right now with various eyeball measurements to see how far out those blocks need to be and still be able to attach the decking on top. I don't know if decking's the right word. Decking I think of as like 2x4 planks or something side by side, but I'm going to be using sheets of OSB, and I don't know if that's still called decking or not, but that's what I'm calling it at this moment. The other thing I'm going to double check is make sure that those calculations I did on my last stream when I was working on this are correct. That was silly. And I cut these to 13 3/4, thinking that would make 16 inches on center, but I need to double check that, otherwise I will be very annoyed later. So double check everything. So this should be about 16 inches from that far wall, I guess. Which it's not, of course. Why? I don't know. So let's redo that then. I'm glad I checked that. Kind of weird. I don't really know why it's not right, but I wonder I probably just did the calculation wrong, so I'm gonna have to cut all those boards, which is annoying, but man, I'm glad I checked. Okay, let's get this first one right, and we'll fix the rest of them later. I hate this kind of math. I'm not good at it anymore. Okay, so I want this to be 16 inches from the edge. And then I need to figure out how many inches of spacing it needs once I have it correct. Let me get that other block out of there so I can get it in the right place and then do a measurement. I don't have a good platform at the top of this ladder, so everything just falls off constantly. It's quite annoying. Okay. 16 inch on the center, let's get it there. It's about right there. So the space between them is 13 3/4. What? I must have, either I didn't cut these to 13 3/4 because that is the measurement I had, which was correct, but apparently these are not 13 3/4. That's weird. They're 15 3/4. That's hilarious. Okay. That's unfortunate. That means not only do I need to recut them, but I wasted a couple inches of board unnecessarily. That's weird. I don't know how I end up doing that kind of stuff, but it seems to happen a lot. Actually, this one is probably the leftover piece. Yeah, because here I have a stack of them that are actually cut closer to 13 3/4. They're actually cut a little bit short, which is kind of annoying, but they're probably okay. Man, I'm not careful enough sometimes. Okay. Try to be careful, try to spend all this extra time measuring, remeasuring, and thinking about stuff, and then I still somehow end up doing it wrong. It's kind of crazy. But these are the correct 13 3/4. They're a little bit shy of 13 3/4, which annoys me because if I stack a bunch of them together, things won't come out right. This is weird. I don't know if you can see this, but there's like a massive gap here and here. I wonder what caused that. Just measuring errors. There's like also a gap here. Like none of this probably matters for the structural integrity of things, but like those kind of things would drive me nuts if I was building it. I'd just be like, nope, I gotta have no gaps. But essentially what I'm doing right here is also gonna have a tiny gap because of the apparent slight measuring error, or probably what I did is when I cut the first one, I didn't double check it, and then I was using that one as a guide for the others. And it's also possible that my guide board, I cut a sliver off of it so that it was no longer exactly 13 3/4, but I think we're gonna be fine. I think what I'm gonna do is actually put the boards at 16 inches on center, whether or not the blocking is the right length, because I need these to be the right position so that the plywood has something to stick onto. Needs to be pretty exact. Like if it's more than half an inch off, I wouldn't be able to tack the plywood to it, so definitely need to get it accurate. I need to like take all the notifications off this phone. It's really annoying. Okay, so I'm gonna pre-drill and put the long nails from this board down into the sill or plate, whatever you call that, on the side, and then I'll put the blocking in after the fact. It seems kind of reverse to do it that way, but I think it's more important to me to get the joist in the right place. Oh, this doesn't have the battery in it. Ooh, this stuff is really slowing me down. Not having a platform to put anything is very annoying too. I feel like I'm gonna drop everything constantly. Either this is not in there straight or I think the drill, oh, I dropped it just a minute ago, didn't I? At the drill bit, so that sucks. I have to get another drill bit. That's super annoying. Actually, you know what I should be doing is I should be clamping this. Because I took the time to measure that to an exact position, and it's probably going to move all over the place if I don't clamp it down. So let's do that. All the details you gotta think of here. I should double check the position too before I do the final screwing in here. So that's right where I need to be drilling. This board also has a split in it, which is irritating. Alright, let's double check that. This is like a comedy show with inept skills. Alright. Try not to drop my drill again so I don't keep banging up these drill bits. There's just no good place to put anything. I don't like it. Once I get two joists in, I can put a board across two of them and use that as a platform. But right now they're just free standing and they can tip over, so I didn't want to take the chance. But this literally sucks. It sucks massively to not have a place to put anything. I don't think that's going anywhere. But I'm still going to clamp this side while I put a screw in the other side. It does not feel strong at all. Definitely need the blocking in here to stabilize these, that's for sure. What you building? I am building a loft for this shop that I'm in. So we had this shop built for us, but we could have had them build this loft also, but we figured we could save money by doing it ourselves. I kind of like building stuff too, so I'm glad we decided that because I enjoy learning new things and trying random stuff like this. I'm not a builder though at all, by the way. I'm just a hobbyist. Which if you've been watching for more than 30 seconds, you would figure that out pretty easily. So I don't really know what I'm doing. Okay. So I'm just going to get another screw on the other side. Ideally, these would line up to the rafters, but they don't. Because then I could just screw into them and they'd be super strong vertically. But the rafters are 24-inch on center, and I want my joist to be 16-inch on center, so that's just the way it ends up. But the blocking will eventually serve the stability purpose. Okay. Get my drill. I'm about to dump those screws on the ground because I don't have a good place to put them. Do it left-handed again, I think. All right, that's standing up fine, but man, I would not call that stable. So yeah, blocking is 100% necessary because I have nothing supporting these vertically. I could just without very little pressure, I could pull those screws out because they're in at weird angles. So yeah, the blocking is 100% necessary in my opinion. Let's double check my measurement here. Let's see if we're built at 16-inch on center. It's not perfect, but it's gonna be close enough. Each one that I do, I'm gonna double check against the end rather than just the 16-inch. I'll explain that later, but okay, let's see where the blocking is. That's right behind me. Yeah, it's very loose, which sucks, but when I tighten it up at the top, oh, that's really annoying. When I tighten it up at the top, it's going to pull it in toward that, which is going to close the gap and make it not 16-inch on center. Oh, I wish I would have measured these perfectly. I guess each one that I do, I can cut a new board to the right length if I need to. Super frustrating. Difficult stuff. Okay. Now let's figure out how many inches from the roof I need these blocking boards to be. The other issue is that I need to stagger them left and right if I want to be able to put screws on the end of them, unless I use joist hangers, which I have joist hangers on order, but I'm thinking I'll use the joist hangers on the mid span here. I'm going to make a line of blocking right here so that the 8 feet plywood ends wherever it ends, and it can have something to support the end of it. So I'll probably use the joist hangers I ordered for those blocking across here so that they can be a straight line and not staggered back and forth. So if they're staggered back and forth, then the end of the plywood sheeting won't line up to where the the blocking is, and I want it to line up so I can put screws down into the blocking from the sheets. So that's that. That's the kind of stuff I was thinking about last night. The part I didn't really think about like fully is the fact that I need to stagger these. So I think I'm going to put this one at the farthest end point that it can be and still accept the sheeting, which is probably about right there, kind of eyeballing it. Hoping that's a accurate measurement. Let me get a bird's eye view here. I think that's about where it needs to be. Like as far out as it can be. But about 5 inches on center. So next step is to take this, put it across here, I guess. This is difficult stuff, honestly. Trying to get this to line up and stay there. Man, kind of a pain. I have to use this clamp, otherwise it's not going to stay. But then the clamp is in the way of where I need to put the screws, so it's kind of a catch-22. But I think we can make it work. Right there. Also need to make sure that this blocking isn't sticking up higher than the joist so that it makes a bump for the floor underneath. The other problem is I can't really, I can't put screws from the back side of this first one. I'm going to have to screw it stupid angles, unfortunately. This is challenging stuff. All these stupid little details that you don't think about until you actually start doing it. Pulling that side up, it's pulling this side up, but it's just a pain. So I'm gonna need to get one side tacked in so that when I move it around, the rest won't shift annoyingly. All right, that's more or less where I need it to be. So let me drill a hole into it from the back of the joist and hope for the best. Can't really see where I'm aiming either. Should get a speed square so I can draw a line, but I don't want to go get it. Oh, details. I need to get a second battery. This is super annoying to have to switch these out, mainly just because I keep forgetting that I need to do it. It's not that hard to do. I just go to start drilling and it's like, oh, there's no power. Yeah, but as soon as I'm done with this first board, I'll be able to put some kind of board up here to make a platform to stack all these things because I just have nowhere to put anything. That's going to be a huge benefit. Okay, now that that's in place, I can move it around on the other side and not worry about it out of place. Nowhere to put anything. Oh wow, that is under a lot of tension. That's insane. I don't know why. Something's not straight. Because this blocking board is under massive amounts of weird tension that I don't understand. I think it's because it's not cut to the right dimension. Oh wow, we are just not doing anything right here. Oh, this isn't where I had it before. I had it at 5 inches and now it's at like 5 3/8. So let's call this my new golden standard. The problem is that because these aren't quite cut right, I'm probably gonna have to scrap these boards because they need to be cut exactly. If they aren't, they're not gonna line up right. I guess I could use these ones where they are and cut the third one. Every third one is the one that matters because every 48 inches, each one is 16 on center. So every 48 inches, they absolutely must line up or we're in serious trouble for the 4x8 plywood to line up with them. Okay, well, we'll see what we can do here. I think that's what I need to set my head on, is that every third one needs to line up, and if the ones in between don't, then it's not the end of the world. This is really difficult. Probably what I should have done is put all of these in place, all of these joists in place exactly 16" on center, and then cut my blocking at that point to the measurements they need to be. I shouldn't have cut in advance cut these blocking pieces a few days ago whenever I did, because they're now proving to be not quite the right size, which is very problematic. That was dumb, but learn something new every day. Okay. I might scrap the rest of the blocking after this one and recut them and just call it a loss for whatever boards I waste. Because of this very issue that I'm facing. Now I can take that off of here, which is kind of a relief. I got at least 2 screws on there, and I'll put one on the top here and then one on the bottom on the other side, and then we'll be call it good for this particular block. And then once I'm past this one, I'm going to start doing things differently to hopefully alleviate this issue that I'm having. I want this to turn out perfect. And it's apparently not going to unless it's These screws are not structural, and it would be ideal if they were, but since I'm not, like, this is the very edge of the loft, you can't even step over here physically without, I mean, you can't even step here, you're going to be kind of crawling because this is not like 6 feet tall. You kind of have to crouch down or crawl to be up here. sort of like a bunk bed. So nobody's going to be like stepping here with their full weight. So I don't feel like it matters as far as having everything to the best strength situation possible. I think it'll be quite sufficient. Okay. As long as the center area is the strongest on these sides, I just don't think it matters at all. All right, one more screw on the bottom of that, and then we're good with this one finally. And then after this next blocking on the other side of the same joist, I'm gonna mix it up and do it differently. I'm gonna start screwing in the joists on 16-inch on center, and then I'll recut the blocking if I need to make them fit properly. And then I think I will have far fewer difficulties or frustrations after that. It's crazy how the order that you do things matters tremendously though. Like you're doing essentially the same thing, but if you do it in a different order, sometimes you can't even put things together. It's like I almost couldn't get these joists up here because the rafters were there and I couldn't squeeze it in between there. But I just barely pulled it off. But so the order you do things matters tremendously. It's crazy. So I don't recommend, after having this experience, I don't recommend adding a loft to a shop that exists. If you have the choice to have the loft added when it's being constructed, that would be far more ideal. It's not impossible, but it's just presenting unique challenges that would not be a problem otherwise. Alright, that's pretty stinking sturdy. I could do chin-ups on that. Okay, we're good. So this other side over here, the far end of the same board, I'm gonna do that now, and then once I'm done with that, then I can start speeding up and doing things a little bit more systematically, hopefully, or just better, not having these weird problems. Okay. Did not foresee any of this stuff. All my brainstorming and dreaming and thinking of stuff last night, and I still managed to not get it right. Okay, so for example, I'm talking about the order you do things. I could try to measure 8 feet from that wall over there and say, okay, 8 feet is right here, and I think that's where it needs to be for the decking on top. But then because the 3/4 thick plywood might have to come away from the rafters a little bit, I might get it off ½ inch or the other, and then it's wrong. So it's better to put the plywood up there, ram it up against the rafters on that side. Wherever it ends, that's where I put the blocking, like after the sheets are already up there. So that's why I say the order that you do things matters. Otherwise, you might have these kind of annoying issues that I'm having because I didn't think of every detail in advance. And really, these issues are pretty minor. It's not going to make or break my project, but it could eventually if I didn't notice them or I ignored the measurement discrepancy, because they would add up over time, and then I would, instead of being an 1/8 inch off, I'd be like a ½ inch off, which would be an issue for the plywood when I'm trying to match it up with these joists. Okay. So should try to, I'm gonna change my camera angle so it's just on the floor for now. You've had enough of the bird's eye view, which is pretty cool, but if I want to be able to move it around so it's pointing at me, it kind of needs to be down on the ground. So let me do that real quick. I could probably turn my second camera off that's in the other camera angle, because I thought I would be cutting some boards, which I might still do later, but I haven't cut a single board, so I don't need that second camera angle at this point. Okay. And it's just wasting my battery and probably adding unnecessary wear and tear on my phone. I also wish I had internet. Not internet. I wish I had like USB connectivity out here, or some kind of networking, so that I could hook up like USB cameras instead of using my phones. That would be so much better, because I wouldn't be using my phones unnecessarily. Like, it's cool that you can use phones as cameras for streaming, but it really is pretty hard on your phone to do that. Like, it'll prematurely shorten its lifespan if you're using your phone a lot for live streaming. Ask me how I know. Let's see. How do I get this off of there? I need to move the ladder. That's not safe to do it from that position. All right. We've had our fun with rafter hung camera. Actually, I should take a picture of that while it's up there so I can remember that I had that set up at one time. It is a little bit crazy. All right. Goodbye, rafter cam. Have your moment in the sun or in the extreme heat of the top of this loft. Sorry, I'll restore order here momentarily. Right now we have chaos. Looks like the phone battery, even though it's plugged into a battery bank, it's not keeping up with. That's the other thing. I found this years ago. Even if you have your phone charging while you're streaming, it can't keep up. It expends more electricity than it can get from the battery, so you sort of have a limited length of time you can live stream before you run out of juice, which is kind of annoying. You would think, oh, I'm using a battery bank, it'll last forever, but nope. That's not how it works. Okay, now I need a way to clip this on there. All right. So we're just going to show it from below now, I guess. Just what we have to do. "16 inches now is what we're shooting for. That's weird. I need to remeasure this because I feel like I did something wrong. For some reason, I'm not able to. I guess it's under a lot of tension because I have that block in a bad place. This is complicated. Super complicated. Since that block that I put in there is shorter than it should be, it's pulling in the joist, so when I try to push it on this side out where it needs to be, it's under a lot of pressure. Let's see, I want to make sure this one's actually the right length because it might not be. Okay, we're good. Use this to keep it kind of stretched out. Yeah, the problem is it really should be out like a little bit more because these boards were cut too short. It's so irritating to me that I did that. That sloppy. Oh well. I think on this first one, I'm just going to put it in place like this, even though it's not perfectly straight and the blocks are stupid, but then all the other blocks I'm going to cut manually later. And so even if that means scrapping the pieces I already cut, it's a justified loss because I want this to turn out good. Sometimes you just got to cut your losses on little things like that. I'm just frustrated at myself that I somehow managed to not cut those proper length. Right. Got sloppy. It's not even really that I got sloppy, it's that I did it in the wrong order. I should have waited to cut those blocking until I put these joists where they need to be, and then cut them to exact width as they should be. Okay, where are the screws? Down on the floor, of course. I'm anxious to get this second joist up so I can make a platform to put all my tools. Might actually make sense to get my corded drill, because then I could just use the corded drill to drill stuff and then not have to keep switching the battery out. I think I'm going to do that. Even though I'd rather not have a cord hanging down, it's super annoying to have to keep switching this battery when there's no real advantage to that scenario. So let me go grab a drill. Interestingly enough, my main camera, the other angle that I'm not using, it's keeping up with the charge. I think it's some battery banks output more volts or watts or whatever than others, and so I think these little cheap battery banks that I'm using for my other phone is just not outputting enough to keep up. I don't know. I don't know much about electricity, just making wild guesses here. Oh wow, I didn't know I had it on that scene. I did not mean to have it on that scene. It should be on this one. Huh, I don't know when that changed. That's weird. I must have accidentally hit a button. Oh well, whatever. There's nobody here to see what I'm doing and give me feedback like usual. So what was I doing? Getting my drill. Ah, that's so annoying. It's probably been like that the whole stream, and I didn't know. That's the joys of having 0 viewers. Okay, where is my drill though? Why am I not seeing what I expect it to be? There it is. I don't know how that scene changed. That's crazy. I must have accidentally hit my phone with my sleeve. It's crazy, the whatever you call it, the technology that touchscreens work on. It doesn't have to, like, when you want it to work, like touching your screen through a glove, it doesn't work. But when you don't want it to work, like your sleeve or some other random object touches it, and it's capacitive touching, I don't know whatever that technology is called, it completes the circuit, and it's like doing a bunch of stuff on your screen and you don't even realize it. Quite annoying sometimes. If anybody knows an app that allows you to lock your screen temporarily and then maybe do a specific gesture to unlock it so that all of your touches are disabled, I was looking for an app like that, and I couldn't even think of what to search for, but I never found anything like that. But I would be interested in an app that locks the screen but has some way to obviously unlock it so you don't make it so you can't use your phone forever. Okay. Finally, that was kind of a crazy situation. A crazy bunch of steps to get to where I should have been like 2 hours ago. Okay, retire the cordless drill, and I'm going to use the corded one from now on so that I don't have to keep switching out the battery. Should be pretty convenient. Probably also has more torque than my battery one, so hopefully I can drill just as fast or faster. Getting this angle. That has some major torque. It's crazy powerful. All right, that's good. Get one in on the other side and then it'll be stable. This corded drill is going to fall off the ladder for sure. Is that thing. That's why I'm super anxious to get a platform. It's irritating. I don't know where to put anything. Some ladders have a pretty big platform on them. I just feel like this one sucks in that regard. Okay, now I can put the block in and this first one will be secured. Whew, this is crazy. I guess I could have put one of these joists sideways like that and use that kind of as a platform. Learn something new every 5 seconds. It's not a big enough platform to be secure though. Things could still fall off of it. Maybe if I put 2 boards side by side though. I don't know, whatever. Yep, installing these blocks is a super pain in the butt. Mega pain in the butt. Incredibly difficult. Rocket science weak compared to this. All right. I need a pencil so I can make some marks up here. No idea where my pencil is. There's one. I should go get my speed square too. That would make some of this stuff easier. In fact, I'm going to, if I can find it. This is going to be awesome when I finally get this shop operational. Once I'm done with this, installing these joists, I think, I hope, I don't know, maybe like the whole order of operations thing is the biggest challenge in all this construction. Like what I was about to say is, I think I could start pulling out some of the excess stuff in my living space and put it in the bottom floor of the shed to get it out of the way so I can start moving around. But if I do that and then later I realize, oh, this stuff's in the way, then I would regret it. So probably should wait on that, because I feel like I just feel like that's probably not a good thing to do. Okay. Now, my speed square dealie, I can trace these lines around so it's easier to figure out where to put the screws and all sorts of benefits. Having this chat phone on my wrist is proving to be kind of annoying. I wonder if I can take it off and put it somewhere momentarily without it falling on the ground. Probably forget it's there, and as soon as I go down the ladder, it'll pull it with me and destroy it. But that's just content for you. Humorous, what do you call those things? Bloopers, whatever. I can't put enough pressure on this. I don't have the strength to pull the trigger anymore, and it's not tight at all. I don't really know why that is, but it is what it is. Maybe I should get the other kind that has the other tightening kind. That is odd. I don't get it. I can't actually tighten it anymore, and it's massively loose. Okay, that's pretty tight. Remembered the phone. Okay. Now I drill the bottom on one side, and then the top on the other. This is kind of a weird order that I have to do these holes, drill these holes in. Like 10 times the power of the battery operated one. Yeah, why did I get the... That's weird. I don't remember doing that. Oh, never mind. This is the drill. I was thinking that was the impact one, but the impact one is sitting up here. Okay. Fumble, fumble, fumble. Wow. That's unbelievable. It's under so much tension. I don't understand. It's crazy. Makes no sense. Oh, that's crap. Oh well. Okay, this one is a loss. I'm just gonna let it droop down like that because I don't know why, but I can't possibly get it up higher. Not much anyway. That is massively tight. I don't get it. Stupid phone on my wrist. This is garbage. I don't really have another way to do chat though that I can think of. It has to be with me because every time I move around it'll be not on my person. I do have a chest strap. I guess I could put it there, but that might be even more annoying. I don't know. Well, let's see. Alright, I somehow managed to get it up in position there. That's very unlikely, but I think I got it. That's under a lot of stress though. The next ones, I'm not going to do it this way. I'm going to do it entirely different, so I will hopefully not have any of these issues. Oh, it's so tight. I think I am going to go get that crazy chest mount for my phone because I can't have this on my wrist. It's too annoying. pretty sure that thing on my chest, it's gonna look stupid, but who cares? But I think it'll be just as, if not more annoying, maybe. But this is unusable. I can't even not do stuff normally with that in my face. Of course, it doesn't matter. The chances of me having anybody in chat is slim to none, but okay, am I good? All right, we're good. We got audio, got chat on my chest, chat chest. Got a fat chest. I think we're good. Yeah, this is better. Like, I can at least use my hands this way. It's still kind of crap. This is actually something I could use to give the stream a first-person perspective too, but it's kind of awkward. All right. Finally. Okay, now I can actually see. Got my phone so I can see if anybody chats, but it looks completely stupid, but I don't care. It's more functional this way. I actually pushed that block up almost, or a little bit too high. For 1/2 of 1 second, it almost looks like I know what I'm doing, having a drill and a impact driver, two separate things. But we'll have a blooper pretty soon that will get rid of any pretense that I actually have a clue what I'm doing, I'm sure. Like this being on my chest makes it so I can't go up between these, which is kind of annoying. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool, kind of annoying. All right, finally got the first board in. What has it been, like 3 hours or something? Mosquitos are coming out. Maybe that's as far as I'm gonna get today, but I'll try to start putting these other ones in without worrying about the spacers between the blocking. But yeah, that's okay. Now that I have 2 boards up there, I can put some kind of platform up there, which I think I might just happen to have right here. If it's wide enough, maybe not quite wide enough. Nope. Just on the edge of almost wide enough, which is dangerous. Dangerous and annoying. So let me see if I have another piece of something here. I want a platform to put stuff on, so I'm gonna go find a board somewhere. Proper size. Man, today is just slipping away. I got a really late start on the live stream and the work today. I wanted to get up early, but man, I was just so tired after not sleeping well last night. So I slept in really late, as usual. Ouch. Hey, Alameen. Hope you're doing good. Actually, almost or about evening here, I think. I don't even know what time it is. It's it's almost 6, so I'm not going to be able to go for much longer here. I could, since I'm doing stuff inside, I probably could set up a light out here. Keep going. I might actually do that today because I feel like I'm getting so little done. That is the perfect size. That's awesome. Okay, that'll be my tool platform from now on. That'll be great. Put whatever I need up there. Kind of cool to put the camera back up on the rafters, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. Maybe. Actually, I could probably put the camera on that platform, maybe. Yeah, probably. Just have to make this tripod all the way compacted. This is a cool, I need to take a picture of this little tripod because it's a nice little mobile setup. Grab my other phone real quick. I like to remember some of my IRL gear setups because I don't always, sometimes I have a need or a scenario and I can't think of how to solve it, but I've already solved it before. Plus it's good for memory. It's just like, this is the first time I used this weird setup and it worked great. Or it didn't work and I can make notes, mental notes about it. Okay. I think this is going to be awesome. I could even hand hold this. I could just carry it around with me like a selfie stick, like, woo! Yeah! Actually, let's do that just for fun. I'm going to get dizzy here, but it's actually pretty cool. I could extend one of the legs and hold it like a selfie stick. It'd be like way far out. Far out, dude. There we go. Got a long selfie stick operation here. Wide angle. That's pretty sweet, actually. I don't think I would use that on a regular basis, but it's kind of cool. When I do IRL, I don't typically show myself in the picture like prominently. Just, I mean, it's not because I'm not one of those types that's embarrassed of showing myself or self-conscious or anything. It's just, it's honestly too much work to try to get my gear to be set up that way. Because you have to have a really long selfie sticks and stuff to make that possible. Plus it's heavy. Like you try holding a have you ever tried holding a camera with super long selfie stick? It's no joke. It gets tiring very quickly. Okay, let's put this thing up here somewhere. Now that I have this platform, I can put all my tools up here and put the camera up here. It's pretty awesome, actually. See, I should flip that around so that the control of the tripod is facing me. There we go. Now we're talking. All right. Yeah, now we can actually show what I'm doing and stuff. This is an awesome camera setup. One of the best I've had. So next we're gonna attach this joist over here. Let's see. So here's a principle that I think this is correct. This is, I'm pretty sure this is all correct and not misthinking, but I've already proven that I'm capable of misthinking things. So each of these boards, each of these joists is meant to be 16 inches on center apart. So there's two ways to do this. I could measure, like, for example, from the edge of there, you can see, maybe can see, I don't know, it's kind of dark. But this is 16 inches, it's pretty close to the center, but it's off a little bit. If I were to go from this center 16 over, then I would just be propagating that same problem. So my idea is to make this second one 32 inches on center and not care where this one is. And each board that I go that direction, I'll measure all the way from the sidewall so that I'm not like increasing a problem as I go along. So that's kind of my theory in doing this. I don't know how actual professional builders do it, but to me that makes sense to do it that way. So I'm gonna measure from the wall 32 inches on center for the second board, and then the next one will be 48 inches on center, and so on, so that I'm constantly correcting any measurement errors that I have, basically is the idea. Okay, so let's put this there. Measure 32 inches. Whoa, the ladder just moved underneath me. I don't even know why, but it slid on the floor. Let me see if I can slide it back the other way. That could start to be a... Essentially using the ladder as stilts now. I'm kind of gripping it with my legs and trying to move it. I don't know why that moved. It's weird. I guess I was sort of standing on it at an angle, so I pushed it aside or something. I wish tape measure had a bigger little clip on the end. They don't seem to like clip onto things very well when I need them to. It's quite irritating. All right, let's get this on. 32 inches on center. That's pretty close right there. And I'm gonna make a pencil mark so that I know if I accidentally move it around. I can see the pencil mark move in relation to the board. Okay, so that is 32 inches on center. I'm gonna go put the other side 32 inches on center. But before I do that, I'm gonna clamp this side in so it doesn't move. The reason I wanna do the other side 32 inches on center is because I feel like this could move around or be at a weird angle if I don't kind of make sure both sides are lined up. So let me go do that real quick. And the cool thing about having the camera on this tripod is every time I move, I can actually adjust this if I so desire. I should go get my other clamps right over there. That's good. Yeah, the biggest problem for me right now is this stupid Chatmobile on my chest. I can't really go in between these 16-inch on center boards that sticking out. So now we measure 32 inches. So this one, it needs to move quite a bit this way. That's why I wanted to position both sides before I start screwing it in, because then I wouldn't be putting tension on screws and stuff when it's screwed in at some weird angle. Okay, that's 32 inches. Put some lines on here, but this won't move now that I put these clamps on. It should be pretty sturdy. Yeah, I'm starting to form a good set of practices here, I think, that's not pure bloopers. Like, I'm actually getting better at this as I go. I don't know if I'm doing anything revolutionary, or there's probably even better ways to do this, but okay, somehow that doesn't look like it's quite 32 on center. So I must have let it move before I clamped it in or something. Let's move it over this way a little bit. Always double check everything before you commit, because this weird stuff happens inexplicably. I guess the other part of this is the fact that these boards might not be completely true or plumb up and down, and I maybe should be measuring 32 inches on center from the bottom of the board. That's quite possible. I didn't really think of that, but let's see what they look like from down here. Yeah, so the boards are like tilting. That's the issue. Okay, let's rethink everything. I am going to measure 16 inch on center from the bottom of the boards where they contact this plate. That makes sense to me, instead of on the top, because the tops are leaning one way or the other. I don't know why. The boards are not perfectly straight, so they have the ability to lean back and forth. So that's probably part of the issues I've been having, and why the boards are so tight all the time is because of that very issue. So let's do this. I could even mark my 32 inch on center on this board, and on the other next boards. May as well while I'm at it. So let's do the 48 inches on center, or is that right? 48? I feel like that, yeah, I guess that's right. 48 inches on center. For the next one, just put a mark here so I'm ready for it. Right there. Okay. We're learning stuff as we go here. Let's do the same thing on the other side. So measuring from release this clamp a little bit so I can move it, and measuring from the side of the wall, 32 inches on the bottom of the board instead of the top. The top I can probably, in theory, the top I can fix via pushing it. And the clip on the end of this measuring tape does not stay anywhere. It's really irritating. Okay, 32 is right there. Let's move that just a bit that way. We're getting somewhere. Oh, while I'm here, let's do the 48 inches for the next board. I can get this measuring tape to stick. Okay. 48 inches right there. All right, getting kind of dark out here. I think I will continue for a while, but I do need to get some lighting out here. So let me go get a power cord, and I don't think I'm going to be doing any cuts. Oh, but I could. Here we go. Now I'm using my brain. I don't think I'm going to do any cutting, so I don't need this second camera angle out here, but I could use this as a second camera angle inside. Now we're using our brains. Brainiac move. This will be a very long live stream if I end up continuing into the dark. So yeah, I had a mobile cutting station set up like I did before outside it, and so I had my second phone out there for another angle, but I think all I'm going to do today is this tying the boards in, so I don't need that angle out there. Let's just get rid of it. That way I can close the door and not let mosquitoes in, and I can get a light inside so I can see what I'm doing. And this isn't, at this point, this isn't about the live stream. My streams are not about the content. Like, here's something amazing. It's more about I'm doing stuff in my life, getting things done, whatever that might be. And I want to live stream too, so I just figured combining them, showing what I'm up to, have somebody possibly keep me company or drop by and say hi when I'm working on stuff. That's kind of what my live streams are about. It's not about trying to impress the world with some kind of amazing content and build a streaming career or anything like that. I've long since given up on that delusion of grandeur. Let's see, I need a... Oh, I bet I already had that out there, but now that I'm inside, I'm going to grab a light or two. Okay. I don't know where my lights are at the moment. By the way, you can never have too many phone clamps. I'm thinking of buying like 5 more of them. I have probably like 5 or 6, but I constantly need more of them because I'm doing all these crazy things with phone streaming, and then I have others that I use for other purposes. Like I use one in my car to hold my phone for driving and stuff, and it just gets kind of out of control how many I need. But okay, I need at least one light stand. Let me just pull this thing out of here. I could have some colored lighting effects. Yeah, why not? Okay, then I had a tripod somewhere. Where was that? I just saw it. There it is. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. Don't you worry. All you 0 viewers. Okay. Who knows, maybe this will end up being a 24-hour stream. At the rate I'm going, that's about how long it'll take me to tie in all these floor joists or ceiling joists. Okay. Got a light stand here. Got another small tripod for a light. So I guess I will close the door. I could open this window, won't allow much air light in, but mainly I just want to keep the mosquitoes out of here. be honest. And they're gonna start pouring in once my presence is detected, so otherwise I'd leave the door open. I guess I could leave it open for now until that becomes an issue, which probably not going to be very long, but enjoy the fresh air while I can. I don't know where my power cord is though. Oh, here it is. Like, what in the world? Okay. What's that pointing at? Oh, weird. Somehow it switched cameras. Why did that happen? Oh, okay. Never mind. There we go. So I have two angles I can switch between now. Bringing my other camera inside here. All right. That's not an issue I perceived or thought about. Still need an extension for my drill, but I also need this thing down here, so let's just plug this in. Stupid heavy cord. It's not the ideal one for this scenario, but just what I have at the moment. It's so heavy that it might actually pull that down. Okay, let's get the lighting set up in here so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Come on. I don't know if these lights are bright enough to really do anything. Not the brightest lights ever, but I guess they'll do some good. The second one, I need pointing that direction, I guess. There's the tripod. Just had it. There it is. Might end up being the longest stream I've ever done by the time I get all this stuff figured out. I don't know what my record is. I haven't done anything close to a 24-hour stream, but I think I've done like 7 hours or something like that. That's probably about my longest. These lights are probably going to bring in even more mosquitoes if I don't close the door at some point. The other thing I was thinking about earlier is I could light a citronella candle, which is probably not a bad idea. Maybe I'll go grab one, just so I'm ready in case that does make a difference. Battery life on my battery banks and phones might become an issue pretty soon, so might gauge the length of the stream by that, or however, whatever technical difficulties that become challenges. It's good I'm getting some of this stuff ironed out, because I've been wanting to do this streaming out in the shop with the woodworking every time I do it, and so the more stuff that I have set up in advance, the less time it will take next time I stream it. So it's good that I'm spending this time to get it all set up. All right. That's weird. Screen turned off. That's annoying, junk. Oh, okay, I see why. It's on. There we go. So yeah, my screensaver probably came on. Let me double check that. I got this big citronella candle that I'm gonna start up here, and hopefully that will aid with the mosquito scenario. Ambiance. Okay. Just put that right kind of by the door. Okay, we're good. So let's get this one clamped down at right at the 32-inch center line there. Barely have anything to clamp on, just the lip of this window. All right. We're up there. I have my glove. I should probably put that back on. I don't think I'm doing anything where I'm going to get splinters, but never know. Oh, I needed to double check my my stream. I guess I'm going to go back to the house real quick. Just check my camera angle, make sure that the video feed didn't die out, because sometimes when I let the screen come on or go off, video goes out and then it never comes back, and all we got is color screensaver effects for the rest of the stream. So let me check that. Okay, we're good. Hey Zoe, wow, it's been forever. Haven't seen you forever. At first I was like, wait, that name looks familiar. I was like, wait, who is this? Oh yes. It's been so long. How are you doing? Okay. Alright, got my citronella candle, got some lighting, so I'm good to keep going for quite a while here. Yeah, it's been busy a lot. Lulled in PC in the shop, but we are back in action. Nice. How am I? I'm doing alright. Thank you. Working on adding a loft to the recently built shed shop that my parents bought for the property. So yeah, I'm just adding a loft. Let's see, what was I doing next? Oh, I was gonna get my glove. Both things first. And then I guess I don't really need, now that I went to all that trouble of putting this shelf up there, I don't know that I need it for all the tools, but I guess maybe it's good. I don't know, we'll find out soon enough. The glove is way up here in the corner. I can't reach it. And so check this out. I got two camera angles. Let's see. Got this one. Yo! Or when I'm up there. Got this one. Whoa. Pretty sweet, I think. I love this. This stuff gets me excited about streaming. Like even if I have virtually no viewers and it's not very exciting, I just enjoy playing with these tech things. All the angles for all the woodworking. All of the woodworking. Every bit of woodworking is happening right here in this place. All of it, every bit. You think you've done woodworking before? Probably not unless it was done here, because this is where all the woodworking happens. Okay, let's see. Next I need to drill a hole for that thingamajig. Alright, I think in this case, it'd be kind of cool. I could actually probably set up a script that changes those scenes back and forth arbitrarily, like over periods of time. I think in this case, that angle will be more interesting. Shoot, my drill is in a very annoying place. Ooh. Shoot. I guess that doesn't actually matter. It's probably better if that's... Now the trick is getting my drill without knocking the camera over, because it's literally tangled up in the legs of the tripod. Success. Also got this mobile chat station here so I can see chat without missing a beat, whatever. Okay. There goes. So thinking hard to drill holes at these weird angles. One of my least favorite things. It's a good thing you didn't come, or nobody was here earlier, because I definitely looked like I didn't know what I was doing, but now it almost looks like I know what I'm doing because I've gone through all the trial and error phase, or at least some of it. so now I can pretend I know what I'm doing. Smoking. Oh, why? Oh, I was going through a knot. I'm like, why is it so hard? Wow, that's a terrible angle. It's so hard for me to get those angles right when I'm trying to aim from one board at a weird angle into another. It's not my spiritual gift. Okay. It's still pretty close to position. It might have moved off a little bit, but we're still in the ballpark of close enough. All right, let's move this over that way so I can fill that side. I need a platform for both sides, actually. Guess I can slide that over there. I actually don't mind the smell of that citronella candle. It's not bad. If it's helping with the mosquitoes, which it seems like it might be, then it's kind of a win-win situation. It just smells like lemons and some other spice that I'm not familiar with. I don't remember what that spice is called, but it's not bad. Okay. Peekaboo! It's so hard. I think they make little plastic jig things to do these kind of pocket hole type things, and I don't have one, so it's so hard for me to get these started. I don't enjoy it. Alright, next screw. Good. I'm still going very slow, but I feel like I'm going at a more reasonable pace than I was before I got some of these problems figured out. I don't know why these boards just don't want to be straight up. It's totally leaning that way. I don't know why. I don't really understand. I don't know if it's because of the angle that I put that screw in or if it's some other effect, but probably the boards are slightly warped. That would be my best guess that they're not perfectly straight up and down. And usually when you go to the hardware store, you kind of pick them up and look at them from the side and try to pick the straightest ones you can find, but I don't always do that. Alright, got another joist in. Victory. I'm going to try moving this board to the next, this platform to the next set of boards without dumping everything that's on it. I did it. How impossible is that? This random cut board that I found in the yard is literally exactly the same width as two joists, like within a millimeter. It's like precise, exact. It's crazy. Doesn't seem possible, but it is. Next. I should have realized this before, but I can also use two of these joists just on their sides as a platform. Pretty obvious, but I didn't think of it until just recently. Get this one on center. That's a 48 mark that I marked with a pencil earlier. Try to get these centered also. It's kind of hard to measure that, so I'm just sort of feeling it with my fingers behind the board to see if it feels like it's in center approximately. Same gap behind either side. It's pretty close. All right. Now let's clamp it in. This is a spot that's not ideal for clamping, but let's try it right about there somewhere. all these rafters look the same, so I can't tell where the camera's pointing unless I go over there and put my hand up there. Let's see. It's not quite straight. Here we go. Alright, where's the other clamp? Where did I put it? I don't see it. There it is. I don't know if you can see this, but yeah, there's like a bigger gap on this side than this side, so the board is tilting this way, and I don't know why that is, unless it's warped. I don't think just having that clamp over there on the other side would be doing that, but I guess it could be. I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. That's the reason, one of the main reasons I want to put that blocking in is so that I can straighten them out, make sure that they're nice and vertical and supported so they don't tip over when weight gets on top of them. All right. Anything up there? I think so. Kind of like switching angles because the top angle's cool. Measure once, out twice, indeed. Definitely. That's just the first of many tips and issues that I'm learning. The other one is like do things in the right order. It makes a huge difference. That's the biggest lesson I'm having from this project. I'm doing all the stuff more or less right, but because I did it out of the wrong order, it totally affects how things come together. It's kind of crazy. Most people can't make a birdhouse, so you're doing great. I don't know if that's true. Is that like a well-known fact that most people can't make a birdhouse? I feel like that's one of those things that is that the building and construction version of, well, I can only draw stick figures, or I can't draw stick figures, so you're doing a lot better than me when you're talking to artists. And if you're an artist, you know what I mean. I think every artist has heard that statement about 350,000 times during their lifetime. Because, I don't know. It's like also, if you're a restaurant owner or a waiter, you've probably heard, you're a good cook, speaking to like the waiter, even though they're not the cook. It's just, it's a joke that customers always say. So yeah, but since I'm not in the construction trade, that might be the first time I've heard that one. So you're in the clear, but I'm just saying, if you overuse that, it's going to be just like the stick figure and the "you're a good cook" jokes. My dad uses that "you're a good cook" joke all the time when we go to restaurants. He's talking to the waitress or whatever, saying "you're a good cook," and they're like "heh heh heh," because they've probably heard that like 6 billion times. All right. Nothing like a good old over-ears joke to immediately explain how socially anxious you are. Well, I don't think it's socially anxious. Actually, my dad is quite outgoing, but he often reuses the same joke. I have just a, what's it called, self-consciousness, or I don't know what it is. Even though if like well, the thing is, if you have a joke that you use kind of often, you don't necessarily remember who's heard it and who hasn't. But I'm like so self-conscious about not saying the same joke all the time that like I don't even say it more than once in different crowds usually, because I'm like worried that I'm going to be the guy that says it like 6,000 times. Okay. It's honestly hard to like have just a constant supply of funny or cool things to say though. I'm an introvert, so I don't even try really, but like I struggle. Like, man, I'm terrible at conversation. I am among the worst at conversation possible. Like I care about people and I want to make them feel special and talk to them and make conversation, but I just can't do it. I suck at it. All right, next side over here. Let's do camera angle 2 for that one. So do you ever wonder what human flesh would taste like? No, I have never cared to know. Are you saying that you know? I don't want to know. Actually, even if somebody knew, I wouldn't want to know. Okay, that was a random comment. I have no idea where that one came from. Is that like your example of trying to make conversation? Oh my. All right, let's see. Let's get the second camera angle going. Even though I have this camera switcher, it's actually, wait, no, read my comment above that. Oh. When you run out of jokes, you just gotta get weird. Okay. Totally missed that one, which made it way more funny and awkward. So I'm glad that I accidentally missed the first comment because it made it way better. Like, whoa! That just came out of nowhere. All right. Like a pastor's daughter talking about cannibalism. I don't know about this situation. Okay, let's see. Switch camera angles here. Okay. Not going to be able to see what I'm doing, so I'm going to block it with my own body, but it's kind of a inevitability. I can't get every angle every time, you know what I'm saying? Oh, speaking of angles, these angle drills drill cuts are impossible. Literally impossible. Just achieve the impossible. Literally. I love the word literally. It almost always means not literally. That drill is gonna fall off of there for sure. Literally. And it didn't fall off, so it's not literal. That's how it always is. Okay. Camera angle change, warning. So many things on the floor. Yeah, just because of the annoyance I've already had with things on the floor, I'm not going to bring more stuff out here until I'm like completely done with the, not necessarily done with the loft, but done with putting these boards up, and probably not till I'm done with the loft too, because I'm seeing how challenging it is to have stuff in my way. Okay. Where the screws are. Probably right, yeah, they're right above me. Okay. Actually, the way I deal with awkward conversations is I just strap a phone to my chest like walk out in public. Basically, that helps me avoid conversations entirely, because nobody's going to approach somebody with a camera that's strapped to their chest with this giant harness. Pretty much guarantees a lack of social growth or challenging. Okay. All right. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 joists in. That's half. So we're actually half done putting these in already. And I know I shouldn't say already because it's taken forever, but like it's kind of cool to see some progress being made after all that crazy slow action at the beginning. Love me good people avoiding device. I actually did something very much like this in my high school years. I was a massive weirdo nerd. I was like the class clown and Weird Al combined, kind of just pure nonsense kind of guy when I was younger. Technically, I still have that sense of humor. I just don't like show that side in great detail, except when I'm with my high school friends from back then when we still joke around in that same goofy way. But yeah. But yeah, back when I was in high school, I had all sorts of weird things that I did. Okay, so now we need to measure the next one at whatever inches on center. And I don't know how many that is. Let me go back to my other camera here. So 60? No, not 60. What's 48 plus 16? That would be 54, I think. That's the kind of math I don't trust. Is just I can't do it in my head anymore. Usually I'm so in doubt that I pull out my calculator because I'm just like, I have no idea. I'm pretty sure that's right, 54 inches. All right, where is my tape measure? Speaking of measuring things. It's way over there. Okay. Are you, I don't know if you're still here, Zoe, but where would you grade yourself on the scale of introvert to extrovert, or shy versus outgoing kind of a thing? Okay, so I need my pencil also, which I don't know where that is either. I am very far on the introvert shy side of things, but I can stretch myself when the need demands and try to be sociable. But man, I am very, very awkward, like extreme. Usually after every conversation I have with people, especially the first time I meet somebody, I'm just like, after the conversation, I'm like, stupid, just to myself, because I say such ridiculous, stupid things when I'm trying to communicate. Extreme, let's see. As a fellow introvert, I get you. I'm either like talking to a brick wall or levitating in a weird, it all depends upon the people I'm with, and there's no in between. Gotcha, yeah. I generally behave with people that I feel like I'm supposed to be a normal person with, but the more I get to know people, the weirder I get, or just goofy. I can't just be like super normal and serious. But at the same time, like, you know, I'm doing all these Bible reading streams, and most of the time I show a fairly serious side on that. So I guess my spirit is old-fashioned and conservative and all that stuff. But as far as my personality, it's very goofy and childlike and imaginative. Like I still have stuffed animals that I like, because I don't have any real friends right now. So yeah, I'm kind of like, I don't even know. Extreme introvert, but I can play extrovert very well. I'm essentially a human software installed on a robot. Huh? That's not bad. It's better than me, I think. Honestly, AI is getting far better than me in every aspect. Like the skills it has are like light years ahead of my skills. Like grammar, it can do grammar and writing better than me easily, 10 times over better. It can do art better than me. The funny thing is, I'm a writer. Like all my life I've been known to write, and all my life I've been an artist. And it shames me in both areas easy. Like I suck compared to all AI writing and art. The only difference or the only exception is that it can't do fingers for some reason. It adds like 6 fingers, but even in that, it still draws fingers better than I do. So yeah, I'm literally not even up to the level of AI in most of my skills. And then as far as, you know, all of its other abilities, it's just already beyond me. But that stuff annoys me because I don't like AI. I wish it didn't exist. I don't really want it to be a thing, but it is, so I'm just gonna deal with it. Okay. I cannot get this stupid tape measure to clip on there, so I think I'm gonna make an exception to what I was saying before, where I was measuring everything from the wall. I can't get that thing to work, so I'm gonna do it from the wall anyway, because I'm stubborn in this sense. I'm not actually that stubborn, but I don't want to start doing it one other way and then make a bunch of mistakes. So it's 50. Wait, no, 48 plus 16 is definitely not 54. That's hilarious that I actually said that. It's 64, isn't it? 48 plus 10 is 58, plus 6 is 64. Okay. That's much better. Okay. I don't understand why the stupid clip on the end of this tape measure literally won't hang on to anything at all. Like what is actually going on? This right here. Hopefully I have this camera on and not the other one. Let me check. Yes. This thing right here does not clamp onto anything. Nothing. It just like slides off the edge of everything. It's the most irritating thing ever. Can't stand it. Okay. Keep trying though. I'm going to try again and again and again until it clips into place. Makes no sense. Why? Maybe if I pound it in between the joists a little bit. That's kind of wedged up into there. I don't know if I can do that. Seriously? What is happening? Why isn't it not? There we go. We're good. Don't move anything. Got 64 right there. And while we're at it, let's do the next and last one. 64 plus 8 is, plus 16 is 80. So. Wait, what? Oh, that doesn't make sense. I'm confused. 64. Oh, I guess that is right. 80, okay, right here. Alright. Yeah, I don't trust myself enough for math. Yeah, I used to be extremely good at math when I was in high school. It sounds weird that I'm always referring back to high school, but that's my only point of reference. So I never went to college. So, I took a few college classes, but I didn't like get a degree or go to college really. So, yeah, everything that I learned, all my friends that I gained, everything's from high school. So, I have no more modern point of reference than that for most life scenarios. Okay. And that was like so long ago that it was a completely different reality. But honestly, I have not changed much since high school. I'm kind of the same person and have all the same strengths and weaknesses. I barely feel like I'm any different. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. In some ways it's good because I feel like I was fairly mature and smart back then. So if I could even achieve that level of what I used to be, I feel like I'd be doing pretty good. But other ways you should expect to grow and mature over 5,000 years that have passed since I was in high school and haven't really changed much in that regard. Okay, let's get that on centered and centered between the two walls. Oh, I didn't measure this side, shoot. I need to put the same measurements on this other side. go. Let's see, where did I put my tape measure? There it is. I don't know, but I think that citronella candle is helping. I haven't seen any mosquitoes come in yet since I turned that on, so that's kind of cool. And this one, I think I can wedge it there, so it's going to stay. It's a very pleasant experience. Okay, 64. And 80. So 80 is actually going to be the very end of the loft. That's what I planned for. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not right, is it? Oh, man. I might have to rethink this whole thing. 80 is not right. I have to add a whole nother... I have to add an entire another board up there. It is up there, though. Okay, we're good. The board is there. I just don't... I don't know what I'm thinking. I want it to be 96, 8 feet exactly, not 80. Whoa, what did I miss? Kame hosting with a party of 5. Yo, Kame, Flo, we wish you were our dad. I'm old enough to be your dad. Invasion. Hey, Russ and Burrow. Do you have like a username, Burrow? Do you have a username on every platform that starts with a different consonant? So on one platform, you're Burrow, Kuro, Duro, Furrow, Guro, Hurrow. I don't know what to call you. You have so many Uros. What's your favorite letter? That's what it's all about. But yeah, I'm nobody's papa. In the blue with that white hat kind of does look like Papa Smurf. It's awesome. Now is the red pants. Yep. I'm not Burrow, I'm Churro. Okay. But on D Live you're Burrow, aren't you? Okay. Wait, what? Churro's a different guy? Are you serious? Oh my goodness. I am so messed up. No wonder I was confused. Are you serious? Are you not trolling me? I didn't even know that. I literally didn't know that. That's hilarious. I thought you were the same guy all this time. I've never seen your stream on Twitch. That's why. I just made the association of your name. Ah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I seriously didn't even know. Drew is actually distinct from Burrow. That is fun. I love it. Two different dudes. Drew is a tasty treat. Burrow is. Oh my goodness, that is hilarious. Because I've never seen you on Twitch, so I don't know what you look like or what you do. You stream or are you just a viewer then? Because I seriously have never. Oh my goodness. That is a mind blow. I seriously thought you were the same person all this time. But yeah, I don't really watch streams anymore, so I don't. All I have is like usernames, and they all just get muddled up in my head. I'm sorry about that if that's insulting to you, that I called you the same person as Burrow. I don't have anything against Burrow. I just thought you were the same person. I'm a viewer type. Okay. Oh my goodness, that is hilarious. Hilarious and embarrassing. I'm amazed. I'm amazed at my own stupidity. Okay. I think we're good. No wonder I was getting all messed up. Like on my last stream I was talking about, I guess I was talking about Burrow. I don't know which, yeah, I have no idea. My brain is melting right now. I literally don't know what's going on. Actually, Churro has been following me on Twitch for almost 10 years. Wow, that's crazy. So I guess I don't know you, Churro. All this time I was like reading your username and imagining Burrow from DLive because that's so weird. Because okay, let me get this straight then. Kame, don't you normally often host Burrow on your when you're about to end your streams? I don't ever go along with your host, so I don't actually see where you're going. Just true facts there. I don't do hosts really. I just kind of leave when the stream's over. But don't you normally stream Burrow? I mean, host Burrow or often sometimes? Or am I just like? Yep, I did host him a lot when I was streamed late. Okay. Churro has been, yeah. Okay, so okay. The reason I made the link between Burrow and Churro is because Kame normally hosts Burrow at the end of his streams. I never follow the hosts. And then I always see Churro in Kame's streams as well. And so I totally put those two together because they have like the same letters and I've never seen Churro's face. Oh, that's so hilarious. I can't believe that's actually happening. I'm having it's not even a senior moment. It's like I feel like it's a relatively easy mistake to make for someone who hasn't actually watched Burrow that much. And then I've seen him on Kame's stream, so it's like a weird, like coincidental crossover. I don't do hosts either, but Kame spoke so highly of you, I had to come see. Oh my goodness! Kame is a trustworthy guy, but if he speaks highly of me, he's actually ruining his own reputation because there's really nothing good about my channel or my streams. I'm kind of a loser streamer that nobody watches. I've been around for a long time, but literally not worth your time. We were listing off all your known skills and abilities. Oh, really? I can't even do that myself. I don't do host either, but Kame. Oh, okay, I just read that. Add Humble to the list too. No, it's literally true. Like, the numbers don't lie. Like if Kame didn't host me, the majority of the time I'm literally talking to myself. Zoe was here on Twitch earlier. I don't know if she's still here, but I haven't seen her in like a month, and normally I'm like talking to myself on my streams for hours. So yeah, I'm literally just not anybody of importance. But I appreciate the kind thoughts and words. Just on your credibility score for Kame, just make it a little bit lower if he says anything positive about me. Yeah, just saying. I like to see it as underground streamer. Yeah, I mean, so if you're actually watching me, you're seeing something that most humans don't see. It's kind of like National Geographic where they chase the snow leopards or something. It's like one of those rare appearances. I'm actually always there. I actually stream more than most people. I sometimes stream 3 times every single day of the week, but somehow I'm invisible in spite of that. So it's kind of I consider it one of my greatest skills, actually. The fact that I've been streaming for 5 years, almost every day, and nobody knows who I am. I think it's kind of cool. I actually take quite a bit of pleasure in that fact. Okay, let's see. Let's get this in place. One time Flo kicked a soccer ball into the air like 700 times on stream. Oh, you want to see more of that? Hey, I could do some of that just for fun. This is a special treat. I was actually thinking I could do some of that in here, in this shed. I'm gonna do it just because you mentioned that. But I might not be able to get 700 though. But it's all your fault. You mentioned it. Now I gotta do it. because it's actually been something that's on my mind lately. How I was thinking it'd be fun to try doing that inside the shed. So now I'm gonna do it. Gotta change my shoes though. By the time I do it, you guys will all be gone, so it'll be content to the wind, to the void. Actually, back in early college days, I didn't go to college, but during the age that most people go to college, I was juggling back then as well, and I did it in a closet with another guy. I know that sounds really funny, and Mythic Russ is certainly going to use that one. But one of my friends and I juggled a soccer ball back and forth in a tiny closet just to improve our skills. It was I was talking to Zoe earlier how I do really weird things. That's an example of one of them. Let's see. Perhaps not in the streaming realm yet, but IRL you have a long list of epic abilities and attributes that are highly entertaining. I don't know about that. If that was true, I think I would have more followers and viewers. But yes, I'm not a natural born streamer. It's mainly my personality that sucks. I might have skills, but my personality sucks. When Flo and I first got on Rumble, we were the late night spot for classic games. Flo had a lot of viewers. That's true. That was a long time ago. I wouldn't say a lot, like if you think 5 is a lot. Like to lurk and watch I play video games. Yep, Russ is never going to let me live that one down. And I didn't even say that on purpose. As I was compiling the sentence in my head, I knew that it was one of those meme sentences that will be repeated for all time. But I'm not that kind of guy, really. Okay. Let's make some room here. Gotta do the juggling thing now that it's been mentioned on the stream. Actually, I had this big idea for making the juggling thing more cool and interactive, but I'll never do it, so it doesn't matter. But I was thinking of doing glow-in-the-dark stuff with the juggling, like make my ball like an LED lit ball, and like wear shiny clothing and stuff, and actually close the walls in around me, sort of like a cage fight, and do it inside of that. But I'll probably never do that. So this is probably the closest you'll ever get to seeing that dream fulfilled. 5 more than I get now. I know, like this. I feel like streaming is dying. Like there's kind of a feast or famine. There's like, you see people like XQC and whoever else getting like 60,000 viewers, and then there's people like me that get lucky if we get 1 viewer ever. Yes, Russ is famous for interpreting everything in the awkward way. It's kind of his. That's your special gift, Russ. It's at least one of them. I don't know all your other skills, but oh shoot! I need to turn my counter on. Okay, be right back. I gotta record these kicks. Almost forgot. That would have been catastrophic. Catastrophic fail. I might need to get something to drink too. This always gets me kind of parched. Need COVID 2.0 to boost our numbers again. You think that's what it was? Like, did we all kind of come around during COVID? I guess that's true, isn't it? I've never really thought of it, but that's probably actually true. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, I need something to drink. I already feel parched. Whenever I'm talking like nonstop, I feel like I lose all my liquid composition in my body. It's kind of a weird thing. Do you get that a lot too? Like those guys that actually have a lot of viewers and talk a lot on your stream, do you feel like your mouth goes dry and you need to drink more than you normally do? Because I feel like when I'm talking like this, I'm super parched all the time. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, if I had restreamed then, I might have a different story now. World record for most keepy uppies is held by a 10-year-old. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I saw that not too long ago. Okay, you guys are going to have to tell me if my counter's working, because it's kind of one of those finicky things that I have no idea if it's actually working or not. I should try to turn the text-to-speech on here, too. I don't know if that works. No, it's not gonna work, sadly. I won't be able to hear. Okay, got a drink. Sorry it took so long. It was kind of anticlimactic, and I won't be able to read chat. It's gonna be hot in there. Chinese boy from Shenzhen. Oh, really? Okay, here we go. I'll see if I can get a couple hundred or something. I don't know. I don't know why I have this glove on for this activity. But I have to keep in this space, otherwise I'm going to hit a bunch of stuff, so. Oh, I know what I can do. If I set one of my other phones up with the thing, I should be able to turn on text-to-speech. Let's see, which one? Should be this one. Oh, sick, I could change camera angles too. I'm not gonna do that, that's way too complicated. Alright. This isn't gonna work, I'm gonna try it anyway. There's my browser. Speech on.
Just casually does 27 and gets an idea. I can't even do 2.
Okay, there we go. Now I can actually take this garbage off my chest because it's super annoying. I gotta at least get 100. You guys don't have to stick around, but now that you got me in the mood to do this, I'm gonna do it even if. Chest Garbaggio. That's kind of my famed nickname. Most people call me Chest Garbaggio. All right, here we go.
Balance it on your chest and the shoulder and stuff?
No, I can't do any tricks really. I can sometimes catch it on my foot, but I never really practiced that stuff. Like I can do that, but that's about it. Woo! I have no idea how many I got, but it didn't feel like very many. Oh, shoot. Whew. Okay. All right, that's all. Back to woodworking. Random pose. Okay, that was fun. I was gonna leave the numbers on there, so I don't want to go straight. Wow. I have no idea.
Your rate is about 100 to 110 a minute.
Oh, nice. My record.
Awesome.
My record is 7,777, believe it or not. I actually stopped on purpose because I thought that was a cool number. I don't know if I'll ever beat that one though. It's pretty challenging. Anyway, back to work. Back to work. Now y'all can go about your business. That's kind of the end of the show. Now it's back to everyday old people stuff. Okay, let's see. One thing I just realized though now is I could have used text to speech this whole time. It's so cool. Like I've done that before, but okay, tell me if anybody's here. I'm gonna turn this phone off that I have for my chat or my audio. I'm turning it off. If you can still hear me, let me know. Of course, if you can't hear me, then you won't hear me saying this and you won't have to say anything. But if that works, I have a whole new realm of possibilities available to me, which I didn't think about before. I can use.
Oh wow, I was never followed here.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Most people don't even know. Can you hear me by chance? If you can, this is the ultimate setup. This is the ultimate discovery for me because I was always struggling with how can I read chat? But I don't need to. I can just use text to speech, which I've done before, but not.
When we started using Switch LOL.
Yeah, I actually used the Switch for the longest time. And I also stopped streaming on YouTube because I'm not that big yet. But once I started free streaming everywhere.
Now you are too quiet to hear now.
Oh, really? Maybe. Shoot, what is that? Oh, I think I know. Can you hear me now? Oh, you know what? My microphone got... Okay, can you hear me now? My microphone got pulled down when I was juggling. I think that's probably why. If that's the case. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Mythicross. Much better.
All right, so I'm going to try that same experiment again. I'm going to turn my phone off. So my phone is off now. The screen is off. Can you still hear me? Because if you can still hear me when the screen is off, then that's like a game changer for me.
Turakuro. I hear you fine.
Oh, nice. So yeah, the only reason you couldn't hear me before is because my little lapel mic got pulled down out of my shirt. Nice.
Yes.
Okay. That's awesome. Or rather, sweet. Okay. So there's somewhere in here, there's a piece of tape. So what I normally do, I know this is gross, looks like a dirty Band-Aid, but I have this tape, it's called Leuko tape, L-E-U-K-A tape. It's super sticky and you can use it for bandages and stuff. What I normally do is I tape my lapel mic into the inside of my shirt.
I need to get a Dave lapel mic.
Yeah, the cool thing about it is when I'm doing hiking and stuff, it cuts out the wind noise and you can't see it, so it's pretty cool. Totally works. As long as you have a phone that supports external microphones, you can do it that way. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's game changing because now I can just have my phone in my pocket. I don't even have to be looking at it, and I can have text to speech on and not even be holding a phone, which is awesome. I don't know if it'll stay that way, but for the time being, I'm going to trust that it's working and keep going because that is awesome. I like it a lot. I don't have to have that chest junk, and I can just do everything just like with both my hands free. That's cool. That is huge. Sweet. I'm very happy about that. Okay. You can't tell, I'm kind of happy about that. All right, back to business. Back to boring stuff. If y'all leave the stream, no worries, because I would if I were you. All right. Paws are free. I am your paw, as we established earlier, but I'm not free. I'm very expensive. I charge about $72.95 per hour as your little house on the prairie paw. Okay.
I'm just playing some Magic the Gathering, so you are my side entertainment.
Nice. Well, it's not entertainment anymore, but only entertainment if you continue chatting and making it entertaining. Otherwise, it's just a guy drilling holes in boards. But I appreciate the company. But if you get bored, I won't be offended if you just disappear. It's very understandable. Actually, that makes me realize that the next stream title should be Get Bored, because that's kind of what I'm doing. That's totally what I'm going to call it. Get Bored with Flo.
As a man, I enjoy drilling holes in boards.
That's good. Obviously, no women could possibly enjoy that.
To be honest, this is some relaxing ASMR for me. Mythos takes me back to my kitchen fitter days. I've yet to meet a woman that enjoyed drilling at all.
I think they're out there. Would you consider that an attractive thing if you met a girl that was like enjoyed like handy things like building?
No, not what you think, Russ Tangent.
Like building and hunting, fishing, stuff like that, or do you like more traditionally feminine ladies or whatever? I don't actually know myself because I don't meet any women of any kind, so I don't know if I would find that interesting or not. I think I would. What I definitely would like is meeting somebody that liked to hike, because that's what I like to do with my time.
I would be cool with a chick that did that stuff, but I do really like feminine chicks.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I kind of like a mix. I like a I'm not talking necessarily about a dating or relationship. I'm just talking about a friend, I guess, because for me the dating and marriage thing is.
Want a chick that's more of a man
than me. For me, like dating is so out of the question that it's just all hypothetical. But I guess so. I'm talking more like a friend. But I guess I would find it attractive if a girl doesn't mind getting dirty outdoors, because I live in a small town and I enjoy hiking and climbing and stuff. So it'd be fun to have somebody to do that with. But yeah, I don't know about like hunting and fishing. I don't even do that myself. So if they were all into that, I think I'd be like, yeah, I don't know about that. That's maybe a little more than I would appreciate, I guess. But yeah, anyway. Let's see. You get the screws.
Like the lady that depended on me for the man stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I would like that too, but I think some women are just they put on the pretense of being too helpless, and then they don't even want to drive because the man's gonna drive, and I don't know. I guess that could be.
Makes you feel all important and stuff.
Could be a little bit much.
There's that Hannah Barron girl who is like a southern farmer and catfish fisherwoman. She is gorgeous and does all the man stuff.
That's cool. Sounds intriguing. I try not to like think about those attractive, cool people though, because then you just like go off into fantasy land. Know what I mean? kind of like the whole what's it called, parasocial thing. So I don't even watch those content creators like super beautiful girl that does all the things.
I'll tell you all the secrets. Want a slightly clingy needy check?
Uh-oh, Kame, you're asking for trouble. You're asking for trouble, man. I don't know if that's what you really want. But I guess you know yourself. I find that endearing in some ways, but then there's times when you're like, wait a minute, this is a bit much. Anyway.
Lets you know she needs and wants you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I like the the physical closeness and stuff.
That's why it said slightly.
Slightly, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, too clingy just has a lot of health issues. Yeah. I think everybody needs their space too. Like my ex-wife was kind of clingy in that way because she was from another country and she didn't really have friends, so I was kind of her everything, which was good in a way, but it wasn't healthy.
Yeah, I want that. In a wife at least.
I couldn't keep her happy in that way because I was trying to be her best friend and her relative and her husband and all that stuff, and she had nothing, and it wasn't healthy in that sense. But anyway, she didn't like it when I spent time with friends because she didn't have anybody to spend time with when I was away, just stuff like that. It was rough.
Favorite relationship I had was that dynamic Russ, and I would have been more than happy to continue in that.
Gotcha. Yeah, everybody has their own preferences. I've just learned that there's a certain limit to how clingy can be healthy, and then it gets unhealthy at a certain point.
Not you. No way.
Yeah, and then she eventually just started seeing other guys because she was lonely whenever I was at work and stuff, and just it did not turn out well.
Well, not exactly. She became independent and left.
Yeah, exactly.
No one went close. I saw my photo album. Came and out.
Yeah, Kame, you need to meet my ex. She'll cling the heck out of you, and then she'll throw you away like garbage if you don't give her the attention she needs. Probably exactly what you're looking for. Throw you in the garbage. The best thing for a man. Okay, I need my light over here. I can't really see. Actually, I do hope she's improved herself. I have no idea what she's up to or what her character's like, but I wish her the best. I loved her to the end, even though she betrayed me. I loved her to the end until wisdom told me I had to let her go because she had already let me go and was off with other guys, so I didn't have a choice really. But I wish her the best. Okay.
It's a perfect line between independent and needy. But if I had to choose one over the other, yeah.
Alright, let's get these boards out of the way. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had guy talk. I don't really have, even my best friends, we don't really do the guy talk thing. So I'm not a real guy talk kind of guy. Like, I don't talk about tools and cars and sports, but I like this kind of talk is always healthy. I think every guy needs this, and every girl needs girl talk too. That's why you can't just be your significant other's only friend, because it's just not healthy.
Unfortunately, I am my own best friend.
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm pretty much my own best friends as well. but it's kind of my fault, my own choice. I moved
Yeah,
away.
I need them, but lots of free time, like twice a week.
Yeah, I have 3 friends from high school that I would hang out with every week back when I was in the city, but since I moved away, I have basically no friends. No IRL friends anyway, just a bunch of online friends.
Spend plenty time with my chick.
Yeah, generally the same for me. That's why, though, it would be important for me to have common interests. Otherwise, she'd be doing the stuff she likes and I'd be doing the stuff I like, and there'd be no crossover. But I don't even really talk about this seriously because I'm kind of done with the whole relationship thing. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's just interesting hypothetical conversation stuff at this point. So it's over for me in that realm, though. I'm okay with it. Woo, smoking. You see that? I was going through a what do you call those? Knot on the board. Super dense. Let's get this up here somewhere. Yeah, I'm an anomaly. I don't think I fit in with any crowd. I'm just a weird nobody. I guess that's why I'm only part of the streaming world now. Don't really have a IRL reality. I can still hear it. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Then online I talked to Kame and the Kame crew.
Okay, you're right.
I'll talk to God too.
You're right. I missed some messages here. Let me check those. Let's see. The Lord will deliver a good woman to you, Flash. I don't know. I appreciate that, but I don't know. I think my life is in God's hands. Like, I don't think I can share it with a woman anymore.
A small circle makes more sense the older we get.
Like, I think that the Apostle Paul talks about it. I don't remember. Kame can look it up for you, or maybe you can quote it because he's good at scripture. But somewhere it talks about how it's there'll be more trouble for you if you are in a relationship, and it's better to be single. I know that's a hard calling. It's not for hardly anybody, but I kind of feel like it's for me because it seems like that's not the world for me, the relationship thing. But I mean, of course, I'm lonely and have issues, but it just seems like it's all done. And then talk to my brother, sister, and mom. Then online, talk to Kame and the Kame crew. Talk to God too. Cool. Yeah. So now I'm gonna.
Paul straight up said women are difficult.
I'm gonna have to reorient my brain to now. I'm so ashamed and embarrassed, Churro, that you're not Burrow. Oh my goodness, that is so mind-bending. I really apologize. I genuinely, if that's offensive or something that I mistook you for someone else. I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna have to like reprogram my brain every time I see you in chat now. It's like, no, he's a different person. Oh man. Having a small circle makes more sense the older we get. Well, I don't know. I don't know that I would agree with that. It's the way it is usually, but I think it's good to expand and have a bigger impact on the world. But yeah, it almost always happens that way. Like most of my friends have fallen by the wayside just because we don't go to the same school or church anymore, and they just drift apart. I don't do social media, so I don't stay in contact.
Burrow likes to drink and smoke and churro. It's all sober like us.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Huh, that's so weird. Man. Blows my mind. Are there ever times when Burrow and Churro are in the chat at the same time? Like if that happens.
Churro the Christian one. Burrow not so much, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Burrow that well at all because I never watch his streams. I've just seen his face.
It's been rare, but they've both been there.
Okay, yeah, I feel like it's a Clark Kent Superman situation. Like maybe they really are the same person, but they're so good at like putting on different personas. That's why you never see them in the same place at the same time. I'm just kidding, but yeah, it's just it's so weird. If I saw them in the same place at the same time, I would have obviously realized that, oh, they're two different people, but I don't think I ever experienced that. So. Yeah, I've evaded that vice in my life, I guess, if you want to call it a vice, but I have others. Yeah, drinking and smoking and drugs and all those kinds of things. I guess I was taught well in the old days. Don't do drugs, all that stuff. And my parents didn't do that stuff, so I guess I'm fortunate in that sense. But at the same time, I kind of feel like compared to most people, I'm a goody two shoes that nobody can relate to because I haven't hard life stuff. So I feel like I can't relate to most people, or they can't relate to me, or they think I'm unrelatable or something. Because everybody's like, "Oh, what do you want to do? Hey, you want to hang out? Let's go to a bar and get a drink." It's like, I'd like to hang out, get to know you better, but I don't drink, so what else can we do? I'm like the least relatable activity person. But yeah, just the way it is. Okay, so now I need to do the other side. This one. What is this thing? Oh crap, my microphone fell off again. Sorry, you probably can't even hear me. I need to get another piece of paper. Like hanging down by the ladder. Shoot. Yeah, I need another piece of tape. I'll be right back. That sucks.
I mean, my brother still smokes pot and drinks, and when I go out, it doesn't bother me to be around it. It was at first, but I adjusted, and it's whatever now.
Yeah, I don't mind being around people that drink, but the smoking thing really gets to me. I can't stand the fumes, so yeah, I probably wouldn't hang out with somebody that smokes weed all the time. It'd drive me nuts. I had a roommate that smoked one time, and it was horrible. And then I've had neighbors that smoke so heavily that it fills the hallways and slips through the walls somehow. And I was like, I had to buy a bunch of air filters. Oh, I did not like that at all. All right, I'll be right back. I'll probably miss a couple chat messages, but I need to get this microphone hooked up so I can have a voice. Not that my voice matters. Like on my own stream, you guys are the stars. Like the only reason my stream is of interest right now is because you guys are here. Otherwise, it's not interesting. Let's see. I'll just put it on the outside. I normally put it on the inside, but now I gotta put it on the inside because it'll leave a scuff mark on my shirt if I don't. Never smokes and it stinks out the entire block of apartments. Yeah, I can't stand it. It's so, like, I had such a bad experience with that I don't think I could ever do apartment life again. It was so intolerable. It made me hate life during that period of time. It was horrible. Okay, let me get back to this. I'm going to try to finish all the joist screwing in on this side before I end the stream. Otherwise, I probably should end the stream relatively soon because I need to eat.
Surprising chapter Corinthians 7:12.
Surprising chapter, Corinthians 7:12. What is it? I'm not familiar. Are you saying chapters 7 and 12 or Corinthians 7 verse 12? Let's see. Okay, let me switch this around.
Yes, and in verse 12, but I didn't know if it was too long for TTS LOL.
Oh. What's it about? I mean, you can try to type it in if you want, or just say what the gist of it is. I can't remember what's going on in that chapter or whatever. I'm not like Kame, I don't have the whole Bible memorized quite yet. I'm actually pretty bad with the whole numbers and verses, chapters and verses stuff. I don't remember hardly anything.
12 to the rest I say this, I am not the Lord. If any brother has a wife who is not a believer and she is willing to live with him, he must not divorce her.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, well actually like the
13, and if a woman has a husband who is not a believer and he is willing to live with her, she must not divorce him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, God hates divorce.
14, for the unbelieving husband has been sanctified through his wife, and the unbelieving wife has been sanctified through her believing husband. Otherwise your children would be unclean, but as it is, they are holy.
Yeah, that verse 14 I've never understood, honestly. I haven't done an in-depth study. Verse 12 and 13 are pretty easy to understand, but 14 it's like, wait, what? The unbelieving husband has been sanctified through his wife, and that one's hard to understand. I think theologians could go for miles on that, and I think there's probably various opinions on it. I don't know if it means like you can save your husband or you can save your wife. I feel like each soul is responsible for their own eternal destiny by their faith in Christ, but yeah, it's weird.
So a believing husband saves a non-believing wife and kids.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a scholar, so I can't answer that. But yeah, it's a kind of a surprising verse for sure.
Sanctification and salvation are two different things, to my knowledge.
Yeah, sanctification.
Makes sense, Kame.
But the thing, though, Kame, is that sanctification is only for the believer too. Like, sanctification is an act of the Holy Spirit living in you, making you more like Jesus day by day. So yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Salvation being the moment of being saved, and sanctification is the process of making something pure.
Right, exactly. But how could your unbelieving spouse be made pure by your faith? That's the part that's the confusing part. And I don't have an answer for that one at all. I really don't. But there's people that speculate one way or the other, and I've heard some of those arguments, but I don't really know which one to believe. I really don't know. It's obviously better if each person...
Perhaps your influence will lead them to the truth.
It could be. Maybe that's all it's saying, but yeah, I don't know. Imagine, though, if you had that ability, like, to save your kids and your
This is why I like reading older Bibles. The meaning changes slightly. This is from the Jebeva Bible 1599. Cain Hamidaukan. It's one worth unpacking over time. But to the remnant I speak, and not the Lord. If any brother have a wife that believeth not, if she be content to dwell with him, let him not forsake her. And the woman which hath an husband that believeth not, if he be content to dwell with her, let her not forsake him.
Yeah, it's like, what does forsake mean? The problem is none of these really come to the ultimate conclusion unless you have a great understanding of Greek and, read the original languages, because they're all interpretations, and they all are accurate, except they have different nuances, and we don't really necessarily know what the full message is there. But yeah, it's a rough one. I don't have an answer for
For
that.
the unbelieving husband is Q sanctified to the R wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified to the S husband. Else were your children unclean, but now are they T holy.
That's interesting. Sanctified to the husband. I wonder what that even that's confusing though. Like in our language.
You know, and to be fair, this is potentially promoting marrying a non-believer, while the modern church often says it's a really bad idea.
I personally don't think it's a good idea, but I think it's more like if you find yourself in that situation, like if you get saved while you're married and your spouse is having no part of that. But yeah, I don't know.
It's risky business.
It's very risky business. Because there's so many examples in the Old Testament.
Yeah, after the fact.
There's so many examples in the Old Testament where God says don't intermingle with people of these other nations, and it's not because he's racist, it's because he knows what kind of idols they worship and what kind of sin they're gonna draw them into. So I feel like that applies greatly to the same thing in the New Testament. You have to also put your mindset that Paul wasn't talking to us, right? He was talking to the Corinthians. Yeah, I mean, true, but the Bible is meant to be practical for modern times as well. So we have to sort out, you can't just say, not my mail. I've heard that expression. It's not my mail because it was written to the Corinthians, but at the same time, you could say that for the entire Bible. And then you would say, well, none of it's for me. So I think there's a crossover for sure. But anyway, yeah, don't expect an answer from me. You guys sort it out for yourself and let me know what you find. I'm sure there's some pretty good commentaries about those verses. And I've read some of them. It's just sometimes when you read a commentary, it's not satisfying and you feel like, oh, it doesn't really answer it and it doesn't sound right, And that's part of the reason I don't really read commentaries that much. I prefer to read the Bible for myself, and even if I'm totally baffled and confused by it, I just pray that, the Holy Spirit gives me guidance in that moment, because I feel like if he doesn't, I'd almost rather not know than to have some arbitrary other person tell me what it means, and then I just have to believe it even if it doesn't really make sense to me. But yeah, anyway. Commentaries on remarriage. Oh, I know. I just visited this church not too long ago that said that was the ultimate strict. He basically said God never condones divorce, which is true. God hates divorce, but he's basically saying like there's no leeway whatsoever. So if you've gone through a divorce, which I have, basically you're toast. Like there's no hope for you. It's essentially what it sounds like from him. And I was just like, wow, that's so harsh. I mean, maybe it's right, but yikes. It's not very comforting at all, but whatever. As a teaching, we have to kind of take what we can from it. We're all going to take something slightly. I don't like to read the scripture and like get out of it what I want it to say though. Like I would rather wrestle with the word and say, okay, maybe there's no allowance for divorce under any circumstances. I'd rather feel that discomfort in my own heart than to say, oh, I don't like that. I'm gonna find a church that's totally free on divorce and all sorts of sins, because that's how I want to live my life, So I'd rather actually wrestle with the difficulty than just make it say what I want it to say. It would have been so much better to hear Jesus' words directly. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, yeah, it's rough stuff though. I mean, I did a huge study on divorce like during the time when I was considering it, because basically what happened to me is I was married, but my ex-wife left me, and I knew where she was. She was living with a guy that she met for a full year before I considered divorce. I was praying about it, talking to the elders in my church, asking for guidance and praying that my ex-wife would repent and come back. And I even had my elders try to confront her and see if anything would happen. It didn't go well. Yeah, it's I did a huge study during that time because I was so torn over it. I never would have considered divorce myself, but it's something that was kind of forced on me. So, yeah, rough times. I'm actually quite blessed to be alive. I barely survived that time in my life. It was so destructive to me. But yeah. Hardliners or black and white. Eventually we'll all get to the same truth, like a process of understanding over time. I guess that's my view. I don't know if we'll all come to the truth. I think in heaven, when Jesus, reveals all that he desires to reveal to us, we'll have some more truth. But I think we're always going to have disagreements here on earth, and I'm okay with that. I try not to let me tear up the body of Christ and be in great disharmony with people, even if I disagree with them on various things, because I constantly change my mind as well as I learn new things. So why should I condemn or hate somebody for having a different interpretation than I do? They're just on the journey as well as I am. So. It's probably a miracle that God did it for us. But yeah, I appreciate the conversation, though. It's very, very cool. Hopefully it's a blessing to you guys to be able to express these things openly. I know in the streaming world, it's kind of a shameful place to talk about religious things, and I feel blessed to be in the room when you guys are just going at it. It's not something I get to see very often, so I'm just listening, really. I don't have any special wisdom to offer. Almost like God knew we were going to get to those points. When I hit disagreements, folks, I resort Romans 14:19. Yeah, I don't want to be torn apart. I want humanity to love each other. And I'm not one of those like tolerance, everything, doesn't matter what you believe. It's more that just because we have different views doesn't mean I have to hate you. Like the media and the elites are trying to rip us apart and cause us to hate each other. There was once upon a time, not that long ago, where we could be gentlemanly toward each other, even when we had different views, and I would love to see that time restored. Do my little part as much as I can to promote that. I've been coming around on Jesus. Russ has been coming around on Jesus lately. Really happy to see it. Well, that's cool. Well, I mean, let him tell his own story, because maybe he would say like, "Wait a minute, Kame, what are you talking about?" Went to a church as a kid until I was 12, and I found love. That stuff. Yeah, I understand. I've gone through like a lot of dark times in my life as well, and even just day by day, I'm on the verge of like falling because the world is so dark and so much temptation and so much disparity or despair and hopelessness. So yeah, I totally understand. I'm right there. I've been there many times. I haven't done the substance abuse thing, but I've been in the world of, temptation and falling and just all that stuff many, many times. Is anything if we're talking about? Yeah, I know. It's fine. You guys have probably had a bunch of private conversations about it that I'm not privy to, and you're on a whole nother level. I just anyway, I don't get to talk to you guys much about this stuff, so I appreciate being included a little bit. Anyway, let's I'm not gonna cut off the conversation, but I am gonna try to screw in this next. All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Apparently, so that breakthrough that I had where I could just have my phone in my pocket and the screen off might have a term limit to it. Yeah, so I think my phone goes out to lunch after a certain amount of time. So I don't know how long I was talking or what I said during all that time, but it doesn't matter. I just meant to say I'm thankful to be here when you guys are opening up and sharing meaningful things. I don't feel like I'm worthy to be the guy that's on the camera hosting such a thing. I think Kame, you're kind of hosting the conversation, and I'm just sort of sitting back and listening and being blessed by being able to witness you guys sharing your hearts, and that means a lot to me that I just get to be here. So. Anyway, I'm going to try to screw in this next board, not to cut off the conversation. You guys keep going. I'm going to turn text-to-speech back on so I can hear without holding this phone here. Turned your phone screen off like 35 minutes ago. I know, it's cool that it lasted that long, but it's unfortunate that I have to like check it every, so often, not knowing if it's going to mute on me, which is frustrating. That's what happens. Like I find some trick that's like, aha, I've solved it all. And then suddenly like, it randomly turns off. That's like the rule of IRL is when you think you've got it all figured out, something's going to go wrong. But, oh well. All right. Well, praise the Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Jesus Christ, that my brothers here, Russ and Turo and Kame and anybody else that was taking part, that I get to be here to enjoy fellowship of them and to hear them expressing things. I'm not good at communicating, but I'm just thankful, Lord, that you blessed me with that. Praise you. We're working in each of our lives and leading us toward you. I pray that you continue to do that. I'm totally unworthy. Okay. There we go. Let's try to get this next post in. Lost my ear protection somehow down the... Actually, I don't know. Now that I know that the mic might suddenly mute, I'm annoyed enough that I'm like afraid to like try the screen off approach. But it worked for so long. It's crazy how long it worked, and then all of a sudden it just stopped. It's annoying. But I'm going to try it again. And I guess if the rest of my stream is muted after everybody parts ways, then I guess so be it. But I don't want to have to hold this thing. It was too annoying. So there goes. Screen off, back in pocket. I think what it is, I don't think it's actually a software thing per se. I think it's literally just as simple as this phone that I'm using for the audio feed is a garbage, really low powered phone with, it just like goes out to lunch on its own accord because it's so weak. Like it's one of those phones that's so slow that you like open an app, like you push the button of an app and it might take like 10 seconds just to appear on the screen. That's just how bad and old this phone is. Push that, make sure that's still going. Okay. Oh, what a great stream. What a blessing you guys are. I can't believe it. Got to get some work done, which who cares? That's in the grand scheme of things not important. Got to have a little bit of fun and goofing off with juggling the soccer ball and other shenanigans, and got to have a spiritual talk with Kame and Russ and Churro and others. What a blessing. Okay. Let's see. Can't hear it again. I thought I turned the text-to-speech on, but it's not working. Let me try it again. Or maybe the feds got bored of the conversation. They stopped monitoring your mic. Probably. Okay, go. That should be working. Dang, these cords are wrapped around everything. I know I killed the conversation, but that's kind of my special skill. I apologize. You guys can go continue the deep stuff on one of your guys' streams where I'm not able to destroy the flow. My name is Flow, but I destroy the flow. It's my skill. Alright, what?
Playing games, chillin'.
Nice. Alrighty. I probably won't go super long, but
But I chimed in from time to time. Came it out at him. Yeah, man, I'm just crashing. Gonna sleep, dudes. Happy drilling. Flow and night to the other fellows.
alright. Cool, man. See you, Kami. Thanks for the host again, and thanks for bringing these lovely old chaps. I think so far they've just been chaps, not any lasses or gals, but maybe Churro is a girl, and I can be even more humiliated.
Reason in the wave is my two-wire old design. To wake up.
Nice. Yeah, cool, man. Well, thanks you guys for dropping by. If you're heading out, no worries. If not, then I'm still here. But I appreciate that was probably the longest host I've ever gotten. Usually everybody kind of disappears after about 30 seconds, so that means a lot. I appreciate it. Thanks again, and I will see you all around. I'm gonna keep drilling holes and stuff, but
Going anywhere till I sleep.
all right. Well, you're welcome. You're always welcome anytime, even now.
Or till she sleeps.
Yeah, I feel like I'm massively missing out with family life. Like I didn't get to experience that. Like it's kind of weird. I kind of am a goody two shoes. I was always in the church and never did all the crazy stuff, but my life turned out to be a complete mess. So like no kids, no family, just no job, no nothing. It's like you would think like that's some kind of testament about how God's not faithful to his people, because I've tried to be close to him as much as I can, and my life turns out to be garbage. So
it's her second B-Day today, and she's like, I'm gonna make the most of it.
So if hopefully that's not the message that people get out of my life story, is that if you follow God, your life is going to suck. But that's kind of how it feels most of the time. But I'm happy. I'm so glad that to hear somebody that has some stuff, has a family, has a place to live, and wife and kids that hopefully love you to some degree. That's a great blessing, and I hope you never take it for granted, because when I see it, like when I see your kids making noise and you have to mute your stream, I just I enjoy it. I like seeing that dynamic. So even though there might be times when you wish you could sleep and you can't, I'm just like, what a lucky guy. What a lucky guy. Happy birthday. Not that anybody cares what some random stupid freak on the internet says, but kind of feel like if I didn't say that, I'd be a jerk. So happy birthday, little human. Okay.
Thanks for
All right. We're getting pretty close. I have 2 more of these. Oh, weird internet guy. I heard your internet died.
Three of the closest people in my life over these 2 years. I could have easily spiraled and gotten worse, but somehow I've totally changed.
That's awesome. I mean, it's not awesome what you're lost, but this, like, I just jumped to the end. It's like, wow, what a great story that you made it through. I actually feel like I'm just not even recovered from my terrible experience, and I'm just a big old mess. And so to hear somebody that actually goes through adversity and becomes stronger or better for it is encouraging. That's cool. Sorry to hear about your loss. Did they? I mean, you don't have to say, but did any of them die of the COVID thing, or was it just unrelated stuff? That seems like very unlikely to lose 3 people like at the same general time period. That's tragic. Of course, then there's that period of time that we all unfortunately experience when everybody around us starts getting old, like our parents and aunts and uncles and grandparents. Like, I don't have any grandparents left. And one of my grandpas in particular was kind of my hero and just one of my sources of strength. And so not having him is huge. And then if my parents leave this world anytime soon, I honestly don't think I'll make it. Like, I'm still kind of crushed in life. Don't want to be woe is me, but just honest talk, I'm not strong. And so if I lost people like you lost, like 3 significant people in the last 2 years, I don't think I would have made it, man. So I'm glad that you're making it through somehow. All right, so this joist is completely done. Oh, cool. I completely forgot. I have this, it's kind of late now, but I'm looking at my other camera angle up there and kind of forgot that I have that going on. It's kind of cool. Let me just showcase the fact that I can do this. I think it's fun. I just can't remember to like change them often enough, but I can do that.
Overdose in March 2022. My dad died in 2023 from cancer, and my wife went to jail in October 2022. He's going to be gone a long time, I'll just say that.
Oh, wow. Dude, so sorry to hear that. That's rough. You pretty close with your cousin? Yeah, I don't. I love all my cousins that I know, but I don't know them that well. I did lose one cousin a few years ago, and I really felt it just because she was precious. She had kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't call her...
My mom died 7 years ago in November. My grandparents died before I was 20. Loss was all I knew for years.
Wow, that's insane. My cousin that passed away was probably not supposed to live as long as she did. I think she was like 50 or something. She sort of had some kind of mental limitation of some sort. I never remember what it is. It might be, what's that? Not cerebral palsy. I don't know. One of those things. And she's so precious. And just when we lost her, she was also really close to the Lord and great encouragement, always positive. And
me and my cousin were like friends. I've spoken about things with him that I would never have felt comfortable talking about with my actual brother.
That's awesome. Very cool. Sorry to hear that you lost them. It's got to be devastating. I have 3. I don't have cousins like that, but I have 3 friends from high school years that are like that for me. I never had a brother myself. I have one sister, which I don't talk to her that much. But yeah, my 3 high school buddies. It's basically my 3 high school friends and my parents. And I mean, I have a sister, but I just don't talk to her much. So, but like if I lost my 3 friends and my parents all around the same time, I would have nothing. I would have nothing in this world. except the Lord. Like, the only thing that keeps me pulling through all this, just life discouragements and things, just I'm not going to give up because I believe in eternal things. And even if I don't feel like I have anything worth living for or whatever, I'm just going to keep breathing as long as until my appointed day, until the Lord says I'm done with you. Because who knows, like maybe sometime later he might use me for some useful purpose in somebody's life to be an encouragement, and so I can be part of their story and point them to Christ. And so kind of that's my only hope, is like maybe I'm still around for, something like that. Otherwise, I don't even know why I'm here, honestly. Not to be morbid, but yeah, life is rough. But I'm glad that you guys are stronger than I am and find purpose and joy and things, because I find it to be kind of difficult most of the time. But yeah. All right, so we're done with this one. Got 2 more sets.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
I got 1 more single, and then I got a double on the end. I'll try to at least get the single finished. The double, so the last board on this loft, I'm going to double so that it's extra strong on the edge, like if you're climbing up onto it. Plus I have to make a span, like a staircase landing between this loft and the other side. There's going to be another loft on the other side that mirrors this one. And so I decided to make the last joist double.
Even though I have my mom, brother, and sister, I can't help but feel lonely still sometimes.
Yeah. Do you live by yourself, or do you live with family? Like, cause for me that makes a big difference. Like, I've lived by myself for about, let's see, when did I get divorced? Back in, I don't even know anymore. Let's see, I was that age. So yeah, it's been about 15 years I've been alone. Mostly living by myself, but then there's been patches of time like right now where I'm sort of dependent on my parents, because life is not treating me well and I don't have money or a job and stuff. So I'm kind of tied to my parents in a way, but that in of itself has its own burdens because I can't provide for myself. So I feel like a loser. But in a way, it's kind of nice to have the shelter of family, or just have some people that care about you, But yeah. Anyway, oh shoot, I changed my camera angle. I forgot to change it back to this one. That's the problem with these camera angles. I keep thinking I'm on.
But socializing online with Kame and you does help me very much. I live with my mom and we take care of each other. My sister live across the street, so we're close.
That's awesome. Very cool. I think that might probably end up being my story as well. My sister has a big family of her own, so she's kind of has her own reality, but my parents kind of just have me. My sister lives far away, but I live relatively close to my parents, so I'm kind of guessing that I'll be the one that ends up taking care of them or being close to them when they're older. I mean, they're already pretty old, but I don't know. I mean, I kind of, my wish for them is that they actually end up being somewhere close to my sister, because she has lots of grandkids and a bigger, more vibrant life. Whereas I'm kind of just the, I don't know, no life guy that doesn't do much and kind of depressed a lot. And so my wish for them is that they would be able to follow my sister wherever she goes. But she's very unpredictable with her life scenario, kind of traveling around and different stuff. But, yep. Yeah, same here. Like, actually, my story for the last 5 years was that I was going through a very dark time, like right around the time when I started streaming, super lonely, depressed and stuff. And during that time, I met quite a few people on DLive. I started streaming on YouTube, but I switched over to DLive and met tons of people. That was a huge blessing to me, because at that moment is when COVID started, and I wasn't all down with the COVID thing, afraid or, hiding in a corner. I wanted to spend time with people, but nobody was willing to do it. And I guess they were following all the lockdown procedures, but I just was like, this is stupid. But yeah, no, I couldn't hang out with anybody, so I was super lonely and depressed, and so I met lots of people in the streaming world, and that kind of carried me through those couple years of doom, because I'm living in a super liberal state where they're all about controlling the population and using the lockdowns as an excuse to shut down businesses and do all that stuff, all that crap that happened. And so I was more affected by it than people like maybe in the Midwest or in the South, whatever, where it's more conservative and they actually have some level of rational response to things rather than just pure panic and control. I know I talk about like being not trying to divide people, and I'm not against people on the left or liberals or whatever, but the people in control, the people on the left who are in power, I have no problem speaking against them, because they've essentially proven that they don't have the best interests in mind of the people, only serving their own interests. But anyway, yeah, that was a rough time, so I was very thankful for the online community during those years. Even since, I still don't hang out with friends or family that often, so it's kind of a blessing to have some social connection that way. But yeah, it's changed a lot. Unfortunately, it used to be a lot more, I don't know, family, close-knit stuff, especially on DLive, and I don't know. I feel like people have gone back to their normal lives since COVID stopped, and I don't know if that's it or what, but it's not as close-knit as it used to be.
Same really.
Same for you, yeah. Oh man, let's see. All right, let me get this next board in the right place. I should get my little support thing over here. If I can move it without dropping everything. Man, that citronella candle, I'm gonna declare that was pretty effective, because I still don't think I've seen any mosquitoes since I've been out here, and I have the door wide open, so they should be attracted to the light that I have on in here and my whatever human qualities that they want to suck my blood. But for some reason, I guess it's the citronella candle is actually working, as best as I can tell. Of course, probably as soon as I say that, I'll see like 500 mosquitoes, but it's just my luck. All right, there we go. Pretty soon here, I'll probably close the door though, because it's getting dark enough outside that I'm not really getting any benefit from having the door open. Plus, I can still talk and stuff without worrying about disturbing my neighbors or something. Okay. Let's just close it up. I should pull that stuff inside, but I'll do that after I'm actually done for the night. I don't know if this door can close. Yeah. Nice. It can pretty much close with the cord going under there. That's good stuff. It's a long stream. I don't even know how long it's been going. I feel like it's been quite a while. Maybe that angle's more interesting for this. No, they're both cool. Both angles are kind of cool. Either from above or below. 5 hours, cool. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's pretty long for me. Like most of my streams have been under an hour, about an hour and a half, because I've been doing a lot of those Bible reading streams lately. But yeah. Are you are either of you guys a night owl, or I'm speaking to True and Russ, the last people I'm aware of who are still here, but anybody else can answer. Are you guys night owls, or you have normal human schedules of like working during the day and sleeping at night? Like I know Russ is up because of the kid, but
Sure, Colonel. Oh, yeah, definitely. Mythicals. Yeah, total night owl.
yeah, I wonder if that's like every streamer. Like it seems like most streamers that I know are night owls. I'm a massive. I don't think anybody can compete with my night owlness. Like if I don't stay up all night, it's rare. Like I'm not even joking. Yeah, I'm probably the most extreme night owl there is. Oh shoot, I don't know which camera's on right now. Let me check my little controller here. No idea. I keep forgetting which one I'm leaving on. That one. Okay, let's do this one. Okay. All right.
Often I'm awake until 10 a.m. LOL.
Nice. Yeah, same here. So, do you have like a day job or something, or a night job, or you're not working? Or I'm not working, so like when I'm not working, I just naturally.
Even before I was a dad, and I've worked plenty night johns.
Okay. Night Johns. Night John. Night John boy. I don't know if you'll get that reference, but yeah, I've never had a night job, but even when I've worked like 8 to 5 type jobs, I still stay up ridiculously late.
Sure, Kuro. I'm not working RN either.
Oh, okay.
With the crust. Lost my job in March, but was night John LOL.
That's cool. I mean, it's not cool that you lost your job. I heard rumors. I think either you told me directly or Kami told me that you lost your job and that's why you're streaming again, which, sorry to hear. I mean, hopefully I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe you hated that job, but personally, since I'm currently unemployed and struggling with all that entails, I don't necessarily see it as something I would wish on people, but
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's both.
It's both, yeah. I mean, pretty much, if you don't hate your job, you're kind of extremely lucky or blessed or whatever, because I don't think I've ever had a job that I didn't kind of hate. I don't know. I guess it's the generational thing. I feel like the boomers and earlier, everyone had a good work ethic, and I mean, I have a good work ethic when I'm working, but like I'm not loving it. Like I'm not like absolutely loving life with my job. So I don't know. People that really enjoy their jobs are extraordinarily blessed, in my opinion. I've never had a career that's just like, oh, this is fulfilling every part of my inner person, and it's like, can't wait to get to work tomorrow. It's like, ugh.
The one job I had that I loved, I fucked up royally hard.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I've never experienced that. Like I've had jobs that I didn't hate, but I eventually come to hate. Like, for example, I was a web developer for 15 years, and I didn't always hate it. There were certain things about it that were cool, but eventually I hated it so much I literally couldn't even go to work anymore. So I just told my boss I can't do this anymore. I gotta quit. And he was actually, he didn't want me to quit. I guess apparently I was still doing a great job, and everybody thought I wasn't slacking off or anything, but I just felt like I just couldn't do it anymore. I just burn out completely. So I wanted to leave while I still had a good testimony to my fellow workers, because at some point I would have just probably like sat in my chair like a zombie and did nothing, because I just got so sick of it. Oh man. I'm curious, like I don't ask people what their jobs are, because I don't answer when people ask me what mine is, but I'm curious what that one job is that you love. But all right, here we go.
I burn out from work fast. I really love streaming. Just wish the pay was better half.
Yeah, I know. Have you ever like, you don't have to tell me like personal income details, but have you ever made enough from streaming that you feel like, oh yeah, I could do this. I could make this work, because most people I'm aware of, even global partners, don't make squat. Like, I've never known anybody's income, but just my impression is that it's like nothing.
I was a youth worker in an art setting.
Oh, cool. That sounds like fun. Well, except that I'm terrible with kids, but it sounds like a fun scenario. That sounds cool, yeah. Interesting.
With a cross. And I made more before I was a GP.
Oh, really? Yeah, because I know you told me that story that you got kind of screwed. Like, as soon as you said something like this, I'm paraphrasing, but like, as soon as you became a GP, the whole system changed to make it like a pointless, meaningless thing. I remember talking to you,
but never enough to live off.
I remember talking to you like right as you were like sort of losing hope in the D-Live thing, and just decided to stream on Kick and all that stuff. Yeah, anyway. Never enough to live off. Yeah, I don't personally know.
Yeah, pointless GP mark.
Yeah, I don't personally know anybody that really can live off their streaming. Even like Gen C, who's probably the closest person I ever knew. I don't know how much she makes, but it can't be that much, because you can actually see, the donations coming in. You can just tally them up, or just look at the highest givers and just think about like, okay, how much per hour is this person making? I can see all the donations there. It's like nothing. It's like, you're talking like $1 or $2 an hour. Like, how can anybody live off of that? Like, I don't know, but maybe some people have like sponsor gigs or direct payment from platforms, but I don't think D-Live ever had direct payment from platform other than like PewDiePie or people like that. So Kick does that, but you have to be pretty elite status to get that level. It would be fun though. I mean, as much as I talk down about myself and how I'll never make it, and that's totally true, a part of me, wishes.
Yeah, D-Live did pay for certain streamers.
Really interesting. I didn't know about that, or maybe I did and I forgot. But yeah. I mean, a part of me, would love it. Just doing stuff like this. Can you imagine, like, just doing whatever you want and putting a bunch of graphics on screen and talking to people, and that's your job? Like, why wouldn't somebody like that? I mean, maybe it would get old eventually, but if you're making decent money and just got to do whatever you want and enjoy your hobbies and stuff and get paid for it, like, that sounds like pretty much ideal.
You have to have a job that doesn't make me feel like a cog in the machine.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I think I would love it too. Especially like, imagine if, like, for me, what that would mean is, well, I probably wouldn't change anything I do, because I don't like to play the game or like do what's popular or profitable. But if I could just do what I do now, like reading the Bible, going on hikes, doing random soccer ball juggling streams, and playing video games, like getting paid for it, like, yeah, of course.
Paid to play retro games would be a blast.
That would be amazing. The thing is, though, like, I think the people that actually do get paid to do it, they have to play the game. Like, they have to do it a certain way. And so then it could become maybe less enjoyable, because you'd be like feeding the algorithm, like you have to do this or that, or you're going to lose all your viewers and all your income. And that's stressful. Like, I would hate that, actually. If I couldn't do it my way, I wouldn't want to do it at all. And that's why I continue to do it my way, and it doesn't work. I don't make money, but I still enjoy it. Like, if I was trying to do it the YouTube algorithm way to please all that stuff, I would hate it, and I would have given up a long time ago. Because first of all, it wouldn't have worked, because I don't get viewers enough to make money and whatever. So plus, it's like, then it becomes like a job. You're not like doing what you enjoy. You're just doing essentially what you're told, like from a boss, and your boss is the platform or your viewers. And I don't think I would enjoy that, but anyway. Yeah, I totally get that cog in the machine thing too. I feel the same way. It's like the people that are making the money are at the top. They're loving their life, I guess. I mean, maybe they're not. But
The only reason I got somewhere on D Live was because Tidy loved me. The patch 614. Like better than these losers you are all watching.
The reason I got somewhere on D-Live was because oh yeah, I remember that. You and Vector Abbott, like, mostly you though. I remember Tidy constantly talking about you. That was awesome. Lucky man. He was nice to everybody though. He's still one of my top like 5 supporters on my channel. I think if you look at my top supporters, he is in there in the top somewhere. He's just nice to everybody. Like, maybe he had played favorites with certain people, but I think he made everybody feel special, and it was sad when he disappeared. But yeah, that whole cog thing, it's like I feel like the whole world is made for the elite people.
Like every stream he would talk about me.
Yeah, I remember that. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't think I would want to be the guy on the top, the elite guy either, though. Like a CEO or some rich person that the whole world like bows at your feet and makes your life better. Like, I don't want that. I just want to be a little small, random, unknown person, but have enough money to live. And I can't even seem to do that much. But you know, whatever. Keep going into the woe is me type message.
It was out of nowhere too, because I had never talked to him.
Oh really? So he just must have genuinely loved your streams, because that's the impression I got. He's just like always talking about how much he liked your streams. It's really interesting. It's cool. Maybe just a genuine friend, you know. It's hard to come by. Yeah, I don't. Do you even know what happened to him? Did you stay in contact? Because I know he like became staff on Kick, and then as soon as that happened, I haven't heard a single word about him or from him. I don't even know if he is still Kick staff or if that was short-lived, or like I have no idea.
I just want a nice 4-day work week, 10-hour day, 3 days off.
It'd be nice. I think personally I prefer just the standard 8 hours because I don't do well with overtime, but yeah, it would be nice to have more days off. But yeah, I've never. Have you had that? Like 4 days?
Yeah, he still works there.
Still works there. What does he even do though? Like I never heard of like what he does. He's not seemingly a public figure like he used to be on D Live. Is he just doing like programming or something? Or I've never experienced 4-day 10, but I have worked overtime to where I'm working 10 or 12 hours a day, and I can't handle that much time at work in a day. I guess maybe if you could just like mind trick yourself to think like, okay, I'll get through this long day and then I have more time, more days off, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what the ideal for me is personally. Sorry, I'm always turning it into me. I don't mean my streams to be all about me, but it's like when you respond to something that somebody says, it's like you always try to personalize everything so that like I can relate to that, and so then you tell a story from your own life that's similar. But I feel like I do that too much sometimes, and people probably think, oh, he's a narcissist. He's always talking about everything about him instead of you know, what the other person said. And I apologize if I do that. It's mainly just my awkward lack of ability to have a proper conversation, and that's one of the only tools I've learned is try to personalize the things that you hear. But then I hear myself back and I'm like, oh, it's just making it about me, and I hate making it about me. So yeah, I think it is natural, but I don't want to do it. Like I just want to be, even though this is my stream and my channel, like I want to care about what people are saying, and I'd almost rather it be about anybody else besides me, because I don't really care about anything about me. So when I hear myself doing that, I'm just like cringe, like, why do I always do that? I should just like rejoice in the things that I hear about someone else's life and just listen and just say, oh, that's awesome, or ask questions about it. That's my goal, honestly. I'm just being fully transparent here. I want to be more about taking joy in the things that I hear about in other people's lives, and not converting it into a narrative about myself. So I'm just gonna going to try low key in the background to do that a little bit less. But if I do it, you know, don't just say, hey, Flo, you said you're not going to do that thing, because I'm going to do it sometimes. But I'm going to try to not do it as much because it's just, I think it's annoying when I do that. All right. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to try the approach of asking more questions to clarify or get more information about the stories that I hear, rather than saying, oh yeah, I did the same thing when I was 3. And then it just like kind of mutes the fact that somebody just shared something personal and make it all about me. I hate that. I do it way too much. I don't really intend to. It's just I don't know how else to make conversation. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see. Drill a hole, I will drill a hole in this box. Alrighty. Where's my other cordless drill? There it is. I'm going to switch to the overhead view, even though the under... I really like both of these angles. I'm torn between which one looks cooler. They're both interesting. But I think this looks cool. Gotta switch every once in a while, otherwise it gets doesn't get boring, because it already was boring. But I probably won't do this last thing. So this is the double joist or whatever that I'm gonna put on the end. So it's basically gonna, I don't know exactly where it's gonna be because I haven't measured the span yet, but essentially it's gonna be like, actually I think these will be on the other side of the rafter there. So they'll be over there, but it's gonna be a double board like that, so that if when you first step on the loft with your full weight, it'll not like bend or whatever. Plus, like I mentioned, there's going to be a cross member. It's going to be a mirrored loft on the other side, which I'm sort of in doubt that I even have enough room for this for some reason. But I think pretty sure this shop is, well, I know it's basically 10 by 20, so, you know, there should be enough room for 2 8 feet wide. Can't even talk. 2 8-foot wide things is 16, so that should leave about 3 or 4 feet in between them for the stairs to go up. So in theory, even though from this perspective it looks like there's not enough room, I'm pretty sure there is. So, but yeah, we'll find out later, I guess. I'll have to remeasure all this stuff and hope that I didn't make some grievous calculation error and find out that I can't do what I was planning to, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. But anyway, because there's going to be
What are you going to use this space for?
And so there's going to be a cross little platform about 3 feet wide between the 2 lofts, which is like a landing for the stairs when you're coming up the stairs. And then you can choose to go to this side of the loft or that side of the loft. And that's why I made these double, so that it can support the load of that cross member stuff. So this is going to be multi-purpose. It's the primary reason we went ahead and built it right now is because my parents are trying to help me start a small business, which I can't talk about what the business is. That's usually what people ask. But I'm going to start a small business in this far corner down there. And then above, there's going to be a loft. Both sides, there's going to be a loft. And on this side, down below me, is just going to be storage. So essentially, there's going to be 4 chunks of this place. Down left, down right, up right, up, left. So essentially 4 quadrants, 2 lofts, 2 sections underneath with kind of a wall between on the bottom. But the wall on the bottom is going to be a rolling wall on wheels, so you can open it up if you need to. But generally, shop over here, storage space over here, and then the lofts are additional storage. But this one that I'm building right now is going to double as like a guest room. Like it's more like a bunk room because it's not very tall, so you have to kind of crouch down when you're up here. But there'll just be like potentially a bed up here, mattress on the floor kind of thing. So yeah, multi-purpose space. But anyway, it's going to be like once I get up here, once the plywood is laid down and I see how much you're going to crouch down, it's probably not going to be very desirable for especially older adults to have to walk on their hands and knees to get to their bed. But you know, kids would love it. Kids would absolutely love coming up in here and playing and having their bed up here. But and I wouldn't mind it either. I'm kind of a silly adult that doesn't really act like an adult, and I still find it fun to explore attics and act like a kid and stuff. So I would love sleeping up here. But I think most people would be like, I have to bend over, like double over, like it's probably going to be, I don't know, probably about 5 feet tall, which if you're thinking in meters, you might not know, but that's less than two meters tall.
I love it. Plus, I'm only 5'5", so tons of room for me.
Oh, really? You're only 5'5"? Huh. I did not picture that. I don't know why, but it's always funny, like you have like a vision of what people look like in real life. I don't think I pictured you as not very tall. I mean, I don't think 5'5" is short necessarily, but I guess I'd be taller than you. I would have never imagined that for some reason. But yeah, you wouldn't. I don't think any.
Well, people are midgets, man. Hobbits.
Oh, I thought you said most. I didn't hear the Welsh. I heard most people are puppets, man. It's like, what? Most people are midgets, man. Puppets. Oh, hobbits. I heard puppets. Like my text to speech is not translated.
Wales is 5'7", so a little short.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Interesting. That's cool. Very cool indeed. But yeah, I don't think there's any like non-actual, I don't know what the politically correct word is now, height challenge. I think midget is considered kind of derogatory, even dwarf. I always thought dwarf was kind of the standard word, but anyway, unless you're that short, I don't think anybody could actually stand up here, even a pretty short person, like without bending over significantly. It's pretty short up here. I haven't measured it yet. I should measure it right now, actually. I'm kind of curious how much space there will be. This won't be exactly perfect because I can't necessarily get out into the middle, but I'm actually quite curious. Get a ballpark figure. Oh yeah. At best, it's probably going to be 4.5 feet, and that's not including if we'll probably eventually put sheetrock or plywood on the ceiling because you can't really see them, but there's when they put the roof on, the roofing nails literally pierce through this sheathing here. So I don't even think it's safe to have anybody up here until we have plywood with insulation and or sheetrock, because you could literally like put your hand on the wall to brace yourself.
4 feet long.
You could put your wall like you're hunched over trying to keep your balance, and you could put your hand on a nail, or if you stood up and bumped your head, you'd like pierce your head. So yeah, it's going to be pretty much 4 feet, just a little bit more than 4 feet. So Yeah, pretty short, but it'll still be fun. Definitely a good like storage space though. Like I'll have probably a bunch of Rubbermaid bins with some of my crafting stuff and whatever else up here when it's not being used for a bunk room. Anyway, okay. I did not know that about Welsh people. I guess you've probably noted this. I mean, I think most people who aren't American know that Americans are pretty, what's the word, ignorant about other places in the world. So I've heard of Welsh, of course, but I couldn't say like what accents sound like Welsh because there's so many different, British accents or whatever, Scottish and Irish and Welsh and all the others that I can't list because I'm that ignorant. But like, for example, just take someone random like Sean Connery. He has a pretty distinct accent, but I can't remember if I think it's Scottish, but I could be totally wrong. So
So many accents.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like Britain has more accents than America does. Like America has like there's like a Boston accent, there's a New York accent,
There's a different accent.
there's a Southern accent, but I think that's about it. Like there's maybe like 3 or 4 distinct accents in the US, whereas over there it's like so many. I can't keep them straight, but I've never like tried. But yeah, it's interesting. So now I know. Is it literally like most Welsh people are short like that, or is that just like kind of a thing from the past? Like you know what I mean? Like once upon a time they were all short,
Each
but
city has a different accent.
every city, that's crazy. Huh. So you think there's like 100 different accents could you like if you heard just some random person from your country, could you like identify like where they live just based on their accent in like every case, or is there some you would think people would mingle like just because I was born somewhere doesn't mean that I don't move elsewhere and talk a different way. It seems like I don't know. It's just curious and interesting. That's crazy.
Some variation.
Interesting. Yeah, that's weird because like I don't know. I think like at least maybe it's different over there, but
because most of people have English parents.
It must be different over there because here in the U.S., just because you're from a place doesn't mean that's like where you end up. Like I feel like people move.
So your accent put Welsh and whatever your tenants were.
Interesting. Yeah, I feel like in the U.S., people like move all over the place. Like I'm honestly one of the few people that I know that's been in the same state my entire life. Like most people that I meet, one of the questions you often ask is, "Where are you from?" Because people just come from all over the place and they resettle and stuff. But maybe, so is it like in the UK or whatever, Britain, people just stay where they're born essentially? Because you would think like they would intermingle and intermarry and then that whole everybody's short thing would phase out after a couple generations. Seems weird that, and same with the accent thing, like if you all move around everywhere, all of your accents would kind of blend into one. It seems like it's crazy that it stays segmented over like hundreds of years or whatever. But I don't know. I'm not a anthropologist, so I certainly don't know how that works.
Most people don't know that these yet.
Yeah, I guess interesting. Yeah, all I know is that like in the States, as far as I know, a lot of people that grow up in small towns want to leave because there's no jobs or no nightlife or whatever. But I kind of wish I grew up in a small town, honestly, because I feel like you miss out on a lot of stuff. Scottish, yeah. Was I right about Sean Connery being Scottish? I always forget. I'm pretty sure that's right, but I'm assuming you know who Sean Connery is. But maybe you're not old like me, so it's like an ancient guy. I don't even know if he's still alive. See, I can't remember. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got one thing right. I feel like 0.0001 percent less ignorant than I thought I was, but it was really by luck because I could have actually just said the wrong thing just as well as I said the right thing. Okay, so I need to screw in the other side. Oh, he did. Okay. All right. See you around, True. I might be off by the time you get back. I don't know how much further I'm going to go. I think I'm going to get this one board fixed. I don't think I'm going to do this one because, I mean, I might, but well, actually, maybe I will. I'm going to glue these two together. I don't think it's necessary, but I think I decided to do that because I actually bought some wood glue just to give it additional bonding between the two. Like, I'm going to put a bunch of screws between them, but I think I'm also going to try to glue them. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to try to do that today. But if I do that right now, then the glue could dry overnight and be sort of, ready for tomorrow or whatever. So maybe I will finish that. I wasn't really sure originally. Let's see whoops, I switched to that camera. I knew I was thinking about it, but I forgot. I wish I had like a monitor that could show my own stream out here, but the only internet I have is from Wi-Fi coming from the main house, and it's not that strong, and so I don't have a way to like have an HDMI monitor out here, but I'm hoping someday, I don't know if I do an underground conduit or something, but I'd like to have like the ability to plug USB devices out here. I guess I could set up a whole new laptop out here or a computer, then it wouldn't need to have like USB and HDMI from my main computer that's in the house. It could just be its own source of all that stuff. But I don't have a decent working laptop right now to do that with. But yeah, that's probably makes more sense than trying to like fish USB and HDMI all the way like 100 feet from from another PC out here, just so I can see my stream or whatever I'm doing. I'll probably eventually buy a laptop just so I can, do stuff out here without going inside. But anyway, that's beside the point. But yeah, I didn't even think about the fact that I could just get a laptop at some point. Okay. I do have a laptop, but it's ancient and it barely even can run Windows 10 anymore, so it's not very practical for most purposes. Time to close that. It's getting a little chilly in here. Okay, so 2 more screws on this one, then so is your kid still awake, Russ, or they finally go to sleep? Okay, let's try to get this one here.
Okay, so for instance, I live in Swansea. Here are 2 distinct Welsh accents here. I'm from Ammanford, which is a 25 minutes drive, and the accent there is different. There are 2 major towns 30 minutes from their different accents again. The capital is an hour away, different accent. There's a major city 20 minutes from their different accent. West Wales has a similar accent across the whole region, but that's because it's not widely populated, and North Wales has a completely different accent. She just
crazy.
fell asleep.
Yeah, I've watched a few YouTube videos about the accents, but it doesn't sink in because I don't have enough familiarity with the culture. But I heard the fact there's that many, and it's just like hilarious to me. It's just crazy. Like, how can you maintain something over hundreds of or thousands of years potentially
Across.
when you're
And
that
all these
close.
places are within a 3-hour drive.
Doesn't even make sense. That's crazy. So they must not move around or mingle that much if they keep their accents so pure. Almost like I've always thought it's so arbitrary. Like, for example, this is a bad comparison, but like dog breeds, like every dog is the same species as far as I'm aware, even like wolves and coyotes and stuff like that. So you could get any kind of dog from another dog just by genetically controlling their breeding and stuff. And to me, that's always so crazy to think that like we have these things that we call a breed, like a husky or a German shepherd or a poodle or whatever, but you change like just a few features of it and it's not that anymore, or it's something in between. I don't know, it's just, I've always thought that's fascinating. Just same with the accents though, like if they live that close together, you would think just the fact of walking a few miles or going to work with people that have a different accent would make them all bleed out into each other and there's no distinction between them anymore. It's kind of amazing that they stay intact over all that time or whatever. Okay, so let me...
And we are always commenting up new breeds still,
Yeah. All right, so I think I'm not going to do that last one. I kind of feel like I'm just running out of steam because it's getting late and I need to eat. So I'll probably just screw this one in and then call it a stream and then work on the rest next time, tomorrow or whenever that is. Because I have not eaten for like 10 hours. I'm getting pretty hungry. Plus I still got to do a Bible reading stream tonight because I didn't do one yesterday. I need to move this. Ooh, oh boy. I just realized something. I might have made these boards stuck here. I need to check this.
I think it's because the accents here are so distinct they don't shift. America was tons of different migrants settling and intermingling, so it blended together over hundreds of years.
Interesting. Sounds like a fair theory. I might have screwed myself here by putting the screws in here. I mean, I can always take them out, but I think I can't get these boards out of this position because they're so tightly cut. So I might actually have to undo those screws because these need quite a bit of movement. Like, I don't think I can get this out from here without unscrewing this, moving that back so that this can angle enough to come out of here. Because I need to get this out because it needs to go over here. Oh, that sucks. So yeah, I need to unscrew that one over there, I think. That sucks. Make sure I have the right camera on. So yeah, this will definitely be the last thing I do. I could even quit here, but I think I'll finish that chore. But yeah, it's easy enough to just unscrew those last two things, those last two screws, and then I can move it back. I guess the other reason I should probably end this pretty soon is I think the sound of this impact wrench is very loud, and I just heard the neighbor's dogs bark. I'm probably the reason for that. So I don't want my neighbors getting upset with me for making noises that's causing their dogs to go crazy. And they might even be able to hear this impact wrench. I'm not sure. Pretty loud. Yeah, I probably shouldn't even finish this. I'm gonna just I think I'm just gonna move these two boards out of this position, this hole, so they're out where they need to be, and then I'll probably finish the rest tomorrow.
You must be West Coast.
Yeah, I'm West Coast, so it is. I don't even know what time it is. It's 9 after 9 p.m. 2100. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I didn't even think about the noise issue, but my neighbors are probably not appreciating my impact driver. So let me get this board out from behind this rafter, and then I'll probably call it a stream, or these two boards, I guess. I remember the clearance was very tight, so I have to go. Sweet. Oh shoot! Ooh, I did not mean to do that. Oh man, I'm glad I had a grip on that. Otherwise, that would have slammed on top of my head. Okay. There we go. There's one more board.
Yeah, I gotta get to sleep. Fun party time later.
Oh, shoot. There we go. All right, we got those in place. I'll do the rest tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for hanging out for pretty much the whole rest of the stream. That's the longest successful host I've ever had. And it's nice to get to know you a little bit better. I know I've not done very well popping in streams. I don't watch streams that much anymore. Even Kame was one of those very few people that I still watch his stream just kind of for the Christian community, and I know more people in his chat than most other channels, but I don't even watch his stream much anymore. And there's very few, so I apologize for not getting around in the community as much as I used to, but just kind of where I'm at right now. I stream, but I don't watch streams that much, so it means a lot to me that you spent some time here, because I know it's the same for you, everybody else.
We've known each other for like 4 years now. Never really talked this long, have I?
Yeah, totally. I feel like I know most people through Kame these days, because I'm kind of tapped out on the community. Just don't do it much. But.
I rarely watch streams too, buddy.
But yeah, anyway, I love you as a brother, and I know it's cheesy and all that, but like the whole D-Live fam thing was a really big deal for 2019, 2020, and beyond, and you're among that crowd, so it means a lot to me to share that part of life. And it's not over, it's still going, but it's just not the same as it was, and I'm just glad that you're still around and still kicking. So yeah, blessings to you, and thanks for hanging out. And anybody else that's still around, I will see you all soon. I might do a Bible reading later, but anyway, need to get some food and get out of here. So hope you get some sleep, and I will see you around later.
You do like brothers for life hitting our fault management has no clue how to run a site.
Yeah, it's sad. It probably most of what we've experienced is because of the COVID thing. Like they probably got their success because of COVID, and then once COVID was over, it was just like dead. I think a lot of streaming platforms came and went during that time, so just the way it is. Partially it's their management fault, partially it's just the whole COVID thing. So anyway, yep, we'll see you around later.